patient shop. Thank you. All right, good afternoon. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Good afternoon, everyone. This is it's August 30th, 2024. My name is Gilbert Baber. I'm the chairman of the Hawaii Hemp Task Force. Today is our final meeting. We're going to be very busy adopting, hopefully, our final report to the legislature. And I'm going to hand it back to DOA to do roll call and let us know how the public can participate. Thank you.
Hey, afternoon, everyone. For internet, telephone, and in-person access when testifying, you'll be asked to identify yourself and the organization, if any, that you represent. Each testifier will be limited to 2 minutes of testimony per agenda item. If internet and phone connection is lost, the meeting may reconvene when either audio-visual communication or audio-only communication is established within 30 minutes. The public may access the reconvene meeting by clicking the link in the agenda or calling one of the numbers also in the agenda. If it is not possible to reconvene the meeting within 30 minutes after an interruption, then check the agency's website for information as to whether the meeting will be continued to an alternative date and time, or the meeting may be terminated. Those of you joining via internet, as an attendee, your microphone will be automatically muted during the meeting unless you are providing testimony. For each agenda item you wish to testify on, please click the raise hand button found on your Zoom screen. The task force staff will individually enable each testifier to unmute their microphone. When recognized by the task force meeting facilitator, please unmute your microphone before speaking and mute your microphone after you are finished speaking in order to prevent audio feedback. If there is anyone from the public joining via phone, when the task force meeting facilitator asks for public testimony, you may indicate you want to testify by entering star and then 9 on your phone's keypad. After entering star and then 9, a voice prompt will let you know that the host of the meeting has been notified. When recognized by the meeting facilitator, you may unmute yourself by pressing star and then 6 on your phone. A voice prompt will let you know that you are unmuted. Once you are finished speaking, please enter star and then 6 again to mute yourself. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So we have a roll call first to all task force members. Please acknowledge when you're by saying present when your name is called. So the task force members are as follows. The chair, Gail Byrne Baber.
Present.
Robert Benz of Hawaii Sustainable Farm.
Present.
Yeah. Pai Chang of Hemp, Hawaii.
Present here.
Jal Dalgamuni of Hawaiian Choice.
Present.
Janine Holstein of Maui Majesty. Absent. Gloria Ilagan of Mauna Kea Trading. Absent. Kelly King of Pacific Biodiesel.
Present.
Kyle Young of Hawaii Gold Farms.
Present.
Professor Lee of University of Hawaii at Manoa. Absent. Kelly Matsuda of Kulele.
Present.
Jediah McRoberts of Kauai Hemp Company. Absent. Liliana Napoleon of Napoleon Gentry. Absent. Brittany Neal of Hawaiian Hempstead.
Present.
Grant Overton of Agripelago.
Present.
Greg Smith of Earth Matters.
Present.
Joseph Smith of Hemp Home Hawaii. Absent. Rusty Taft of Kamaina Ventures.
Present.
Scotty Wong of Ohana Ventures. Absent. So thank you. We have a quorum. Is there anyone attending from the public? So there is no one in person, or
There's no one in person. There's just one member joining.
just one member attending?
Yeah, her,
Fine.
her mom and our mom.
So
I'm sorry.
here, some few reminders again. So the public is allowed, so we have one public attending, so the public is allowed to provide testimony on each agenda item, but must address items on the agenda only. So kindly limit to testimony for 2 minutes. So today, Friday, August 30, 2024 is the last meeting for the Hawaii Hemp Task Force. So the task force final report with findings and recommendations, including any proposed legislation to the legislature, should be approved today by a majority of all members on the task force. After this last meeting, the task force cannot make any decisions, including approving any changes to the final report that may be made, and the task force cannot meet again. The task force is officially dissolved at the close of business today, Friday, August 30, 2024. Thank you. I'm turning it over to the chair.
Thank
I-
you, Jean. Thank you,
I think-
Steve. Go ahead.
I think someone just attended. Joseph Smith.
Yeah, that's me. I'm here.
Glad you can make it. Jim, I didn't quite hear. Did you say there was a member of the public that was here, and do they want to testify? Or provide comments?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like there are two, and if at any point they wish to testify, they can click the raise hand button. But as long as they're sitting there, yeah, they're good.
Okay. And if you don't mind, if you see the raise hand button and I don't, because I think I have a little bit different view than you folks, and also I'll be focusing on documents, just let me know, because we definitely appreciate more participation. Okay, thank you, guys. We've got a packed agenda to get through today. So I guess put on your seatbelts. I want to appreciate and thank everyone that's participated in the last 10 days to get this report done. It's not been a small feat. So what I'd like to do up front is, and then Andrew, you can clarify the timing on when I need to ask for this permission. But there are going to be some things at the conclusion of the meeting that are still going to be done that I can finish by 5 p.m. close of business today. And those things would be copy and pasting the different sections into one big document. You guys have been receiving the different sections primarily by hemp sector individually. So all that needs to be copy and pasted into one document, minimal formatting regarding paging and stuff. I'd like to go back and add references. There just wasn't time to include citations at this point. If we can, they would be just attributing a few things that are already in the report, if I have time to do that. So I'd like your permission to be able to, at the conclusion of this meeting, there will be no changes to the text in the reports or the recommendations. It would just be adding references. And then the third thing that I would, I guess we have to have it voted on, but Andrew can clarify, but I'd like to have your permission is to add at least a couple of photos to spice this up. Because I mean, we all know National Geographic, that type of approach to reports helps a little bit. Meaning more photos is better. So Andrew, is it okay? And I don't know if Travis is there, I'd ask his opinion too. Can I get the permission from the task force to address those things after this meeting to be able to do the non-substantive changes to the report before 5 p.m.?
I would do something like that at the end when you're voting on the report and just kind of wrap it into the report, right? Like this is the universe of what we're voting on. Everyone approves the support and approves that I'm going to add these things. And you should be as specific as possible when you're adding things. If you're going to put footnotes in, tell them what footnotes you're going to put in. If you're going to put pictures in, show them what pictures you're going to put in. I know formatting and stuff kind of takes time that you would rather spend on the substance of the report, but just be as specific as possible if you're going to add stuff after the final report. I mean, ideally, best case scenario, everything's in the four corners of the report when you vote on it. But if you're going to add stuff later, just make sure everyone knows what you're adding and is okay with it.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for that clarification, Andrew. We'll wait to get that permission from the task force at the end of the meeting. So thanks. Always open to suggestions on how to move forward, but what I'd like to do is review the sections that we haven't reviewed as a group yet, get any changes to those, and we need to focus on areas where I guess there would be the biggest heartache or things that need to be resolved. Commentary or even me editorializing too much. We just don't have time to do that today. So, and then the sections that we have not covered as a group include a summary, which got sent out just a little while ago, the feed and animals section, which is short, but also has recommendations, the building section findings, which you guys have reviewed because that was the only section where I took some chunks from the consultant's report, but also added findings that we had put in there. We've already reviewed the recommendations in conclusion for the fiber and building section, but we did not review the findings. So I want to do that real quickly. And then in the last 12 hours, we've taken those recommendations and put them in a table format, identifying what actions and who would take that action. So hopefully these recommendations will be more actionable and will result in some change on the ground. And we haven't reviewed any of those tables yet. So with your permission, I'd like to go forward and go over those sections that we haven't reviewed as a group. Yeah, go ahead, Grant.
Hey guys, just real quick up front. I'm likely not able to attend all this. I'm wondering if we can proxy votes to other people.
That's a question for Andrew.
No, I don't think you can do a proxy vote. I think you have to be actually at the meeting to do a vote.
Okay, so if I'm in attendance now at this meeting.
What was your
Yes.
question?
Yeah, I guess the question is, if I'm here now, am I able to proxy this by board approval here?
You guys can have a vote now if you want, but I mean, if you are doing a vote, I would say you would have to be present when you're doing a vote because that's part of quorum and everything, right? And you need a vote of everybody who is there. So you need to be able to hear the motion that's put forward and actually vote on it.
What will we lose quorum if we lose Grant? Grant, what is your drop dead time?
I'm actually, yeah, I can listen in for as much of this as I can. I just may not be able to vote on the items. So I want to understand that progress right now, if it's possible. But Andrew, I hear what you're saying on it. It's fine if we have to proceed, that's fine.
Well, we will start, we will yell really loudly and distract you away from whatever you're multitasking if it seems that, okay, all right, let's move forward if you don't mind. And I'm gonna pull up first the summary section that was sent out. I'm gonna share my screen. All right, folks can see this okay? Is that a yes? Yeah. All right. So this is just a cover page. I hope to, before the end of the meeting, pick out a couple of photos with you guys that we could put on here, or one background photo. It just, white papers are white papers. They're not as interesting. But it's not critical to the report. Here's the table of contents. We reviewed at the beginning of the week what would be in this table of contents, and it reflects that: a summary, the purpose of the report, key findings and recommendations by sectors. All sectors first, where the findings and recommendations apply to all, to cannabinoid fuel, food, animal feed across the board, and then the individual sectors. After that's a narrative form. Section 4 takes the recommendations from section 3 and puts them in a table form. Right here. And we'll be reviewing those next. References, hopefully I can get those in, and hopefully we'll be able to vote on that by the end of the meeting. We'll also need to vote on this. Just a quick acknowledgement section. I want to acknowledge all the state agency staff, certainly members of the task force, key legislative members who made this task force even possible. And certainly we appreciate the work that was done previously by consultants hired by DOA. I am kind of loath to read this, but I would really appreciate it if we could maybe take the next, let's say 3 to 4 minutes, and each of you read this, because the summary is probably what about a majority of folks will pay attention to. And if there's something in here that's inaccurate, or you feel like it's hitting a tone that maybe is not representative of the group, then that needs to be changed. So the summary is two pages long. 1.5 pages long. And then there's a purpose statement after that. Everything else we've reviewed following that. Do you all have this that you can pull up individually on your email, or can you read it off the screen? And if you're reading off the screen, is it large enough for you to read off the screen? Or do you want me to read it? I guess I could just read it. I'd love some feedback because I want to be efficient with time here.
I only just got an email with this summary just like 1 minute ago. So okay. I don't know if anybody else has had a chance to check their inbox, but it was just sent by June, it looks like. So it should be there, but it might be easiest just to go have you read it.
Okay.
So we're all at the same pace.
I agree.
All right. Well, okay. So thanks for your patience as we do this. This is a summary of the report. Of all crops worldwide, hemp has the most uses across most industries, with 52,000 in uses, including food, fiber, in parentheses, building materials, textiles, paper, animal feed, and importantly, a renewable source of fuel. Hemp could easily be part of the solution to Hawaii's housing crisis, uniquely offering an opportunity for Hawaii farmers to grow and, with minimal processing, offer building materials that are fire and mold resistant and renewable. 3 to 5 crops per year can be grown in Hawaii. There are at least 4 hemp building materials and housing projects in the works in Hawaii on 4 islands. If these and other hemp building efforts are supported, Hawaii can quickly become a leader in sustainable building that sequesters carbon while creating numerous jobs. As explained in this report, Hawaii can move the dial in agriculture quickly as a soil remediator and accelerator of scaled mechanized food production. Significantly, residents already spend $52 million on hemp cannabinoid products, but these products are mostly imports that don't meet Hawaii regulations or standards. With minimal marketing support and allowing farmers and Hawaii businesses to produce the products residents want, it is likely Hawaii farmers could capture 25% of this large existing in-state market. So it's $16 million that now goes to mainland farmers and businesses will stay in Hawaii. Notably, a great deal of work has been completed in the state on using hemp for renewable energy. Research is completed. Infrastructures in place are identified. Suitable hemp varieties have been selected. Hemp can replace a large portion of our imported fuels. Approximately 20% of the state's electrical needs could be quickly met with renewable hemp-based energy sources instead of fossil fuels. As outlined below, Hawaii was a pioneer in the modern hemp era for almost 3 decades. But due to regulatory flux and excessive regulations, Hawaii's hemp farmers and businesses have suffered significant financial losses. Many went out of business, and investment in all the hemp sectors, fuel, fiber, building materials, food, feed, and cannabinoids have been lost and stymied. This report offers findings from the members of Hawaii's hemp industry regarding the current state and needs of the industry, as well as recommendations to allow the industry to become the sustainable economic engine it can be sooner than later. For 35 years, Hawaii has helped pioneer the modern hemp era in the United States. In 1999, Hawaii became the first U.S. state to legally cultivate hemp since the 1937 prohibition under the leadership of Representative Cynthia Thielen and support from Governor then Governor Cayetano, and the Hawaii State Legislature that passed House Bill 32 to allow research on hemp. Previously, in 1990, as more sugarcane companies were closing, Hawaii hemp farmers founded the Hawaii Hemp Council to support moving the islands towards greater sustainability. The farmers urged replacing sugar with a crop that could provide food, fuel, and fiber for building materials. Between 1999 and 2014, hemp bills were introduced regularly by Representative, I got a spelling error there, Cynthia Thielen and Senator Michael Gabbard. A second Hawaii farmer-led initiative between 2013 to 2016 with support from Thielen and Gabbard resulted in 2 more hemp bills establishing a research project at the University of Hawaii and a pilot project to allow farmers to conduct research as allowed under the 2014 U.S. Farm Bill, which made Hawaii one of the first states to support a pilot project legislatively. However, the gains of being pioneers in the industry were quickly, is there a hand up? I thought I heard pop. There is?
No, there's no hand.
Okay, thank you. However, the gains of being pioneers in the industry were quickly lost for reasons outlined in Section 3 key findings. Hawaii hemp farmers and businesses have faced significant hurdles, including excessive regulations and regulatory flux, while being overrun by illegal imported hemp products. All of this has undermined investment into the industry and rendered Hawaii's hemp farmers and businesses non-competitive, as well as resulting in significant financial losses for farmers. That's repetitive. I'd like to clean that up compared to the previous paragraph. Despite these obstacles, the young industry has enormous potential to move Hawaii towards true sustainability. Globally, investors are eyeing the hemp industry for its green potential, which they know consumers are demanding, with the U.S. hemp industry projected to reach, this is not the correct number, that needs to be changed too. It says 6.2 billion, but it's more, and this year is incorrect. The Hawaii full spectrum cannabinoid industry is valued at 52 million. Okay. I think what I'd like to do, this is repetition through here and it's written previously. I'd like to just delete this section. Let me think about this. Despite these obstacles, the young industry has enormous potential to move Hawaii towards true sustainability. Globally, investors are eyeing the hemp industry for its green potential, which they know consumers are demanding, with the U.S. hemp industry projected to reach 6.2 billion by 2023. The Hawaii full spectrum hemp cannabinoid industry is valued at 52 million a year. Hemp can significantly move the dial on food security in Hawaii, and the time is now to support an emerging homegrown building industry to meet Hawaii's immediate housing and rebuilding needs, which will grow many offshoot businesses. I feel like that last paragraph is a little bit repetitive. I'd like to clean it up, but any feedback on this summary? Anything that you'd like to change in terms of tone, wording?
Yeah, I sent an email to you already about footnoting, but I think, yeah, footnoting on your $6.2 billion, your $52 million annual, the legislation for Bill 32, $16 million, like anything with those numbers should be footnoted or something to give some kind of evidence for it, if we can.
Yeah, there are citations in the bills that have been evidenced before. I think there's even a citation in media, but I can definitely footnote the 52 million and the industry projections. I think that number is larger. So I footnote industry projections, and that would be for all sectors. And I believe the latest projections are to 2028.
And on page 2, you have DOA twice. I think you mean DOH for the second reference to DOA. That's page 2 of 4.
Can you give me what line in this
page
paragraph?
2, fifth line from the bottom. Page 2 of 4. It's a higher up. It's just it's your acknowledgements under acknowledgements.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, you have DOA twice.
Yeah.
It's DOH. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and this will specific staff members will be listed here. Thank you.
Hey, Gail, I don't know if it's possible for you to actually work on the document in like a Word doc instead of just annotating changes you want to make. I think it'd be preferable if you had again, like a Word doc that you just deleted and worked on as you're doing this, and then
Instead of a
The final
PDF, yeah,
vote.
it's a PDF.
I agree. I can do that for every other section, but this section, because the Word document, when I was transferring it, got actually accidentally deleted 10 minutes ago. And so I'm gonna have to convert this PDF. So,
All right, but just so everyone knows on the task force now, this is what you're doing, at least for this, annotating changes that are going to be made. And again, my preference would be to moving forward, everything change in a Word doc so that we all know what we're voting on at the very end is the final form as close as can be.
yeah, we can do that for every other section. So yeah, I could convert it, I guess, to Word right now in front with everyone. And but I don't do the changes here. I didn't want to sit here and write an acknowledgements paragraph. I figured folks would trust me to say thank you, okay. And the other comments I heard had to do with footnoting specific numbers. I see. I also wanted to clean this up. We can leave
Yeah.
this. If it makes
And
it
so again, if you're going to add footnotes, I would clarify what footnotes you're planning to add and all that stuff too. To the extent possible, you want this to be as close to the final product as possible.
okay, so I'm gonna highlight the numbers that I heard we need to put footnotes on, right? The 52 million. I mean, this is available on the internet. You didn't, Ty, you weren't suggesting we footnote the House Bill 32, were you? I don't know why.
You don't have to, but that's fine.
Okay. And then the other thing we'll footnote. So I'm gonna make a list right here. I think I already just did this, but just to be clear.
You know, like 20% of the state's electrical needs could be quickly met with renewable hemp. Like, where did that should be some type of, yeah, is there an article or a report that says that?
No, that was Grant that estimated that for us. So we could do a personal communication.
The grant, yeah, at least to an expert or somebody, so it doesn't sound like we're just making stuff up.
Yeah.
That's the offtake contract we have. So big number, but that's real.
Yeah, I just want it to be grounded on something, so it doesn't sound like we're just picking, yeah, well, it's 20%.
Okay. And
Can I say
then,
something about that percentage?
sure.
Okay, not to contradict Grant, because I'm sure if he says he's got the contract, but the estimate for, what you're looking at with potential biofuels from hemp would be like a backup generator type of energy. And the utility has estimated that they will need between 12 and 15% biofuels to do backup, after they get their wind and solar and hydro and geothermal and all the other types of energy that they're using. So you may not find, I'm just saying, you may not find information that says that that it can meet 20% of the electrical needs, but my information is that what the utility is actually looking at for biofuels is more like 12 to 15%. So that's
I think we can easily defer to Kelly's number on this because that is what Eco's putting out. And
yeah, I mean,
private contracts maybe
it doesn't mean you couldn't possibly meet more, but for even just looking at the 12 to 15%, we're talking, tens of thousands of acres.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we want to change the personal communication and change the percentage, I need a reference. If we're
I
gonna
can send you a graph that Hiko put together that I find, I was asking for years from them to, how much biofuel do you need to back up your system? And every year I was having a circular discussion about that with the head of HECO, but they finally showed us a graph that showed that what they would be looking at is 12%. So I can send you that graph and it shows like sections of different types of energy, but these are estimated needs. So it doesn't mean that hemp couldn't provide more, but I don't think they're looking for first wind and solar and these other things, and then the backup would be whatever they can make into biofuels. So I could send that to you, Gail, that graph.
Okay,
Yeah, if you just said like, yeah, the need for biofuels, blah, 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 equal to 50% citation, and hemp product or hemp biomass is one way for us to whatever reach that, goal
Yeah,
or
you can
whatever.
say
Yeah, yeah,
the
that's
estimated need, and I can send you that graph, and you can refer to the graph if you want, because the graph is a HECO graph. It's a pie chart.
let's decide on exact here.
That's much stronger. Let's do I think Kelly's point works out well, because private contracts are worth way less than what the utilities published on this.
I couldn't hear you, Grant, but I do know just because HECO says this is what they're gonna need, doesn't mean that it's what we can do. And I think your calculations were based on what we can do. And I hear that Kelly's offering a citation based on what HECO wants. So
Yeah.
I hear the group preference to go with what HECO wants in terms of this paragraph. I just need the exact citation. I don't know whose hands up.
I agree.
It's someone's hand up.
Ellie, is it possible to send that over now so the task force
let
can
me-
look
let
at
me-
it?
Okay, let me look at that. Let me look for that graph.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right.
Laser.
Then to be clear, and again, this will be the last document that we're doing on PDF. There's 3 footnotes to be added. One regarding the $52 million. We'll change the 20% to 12%. We'll use a citation from HECO that Kelly is forwarding. And then we'll change the 66.2 billion. It's actually a lot more than that in terms of projections. And I know the most current year is 2028. Let me try to find a citation on that as well.
yeah, because I think likely news and media will pick up on this report and they're going to cite it. And so I don't want to put my name on it if they're like, they're saying 20% and $8 billion. And we're like, oh, we're just kind of guessing. We just kind of pick numbers out of the air. And we
Yeah,
thought
no,
they would do that.
these numbers I know for 2028, we're in a business plan, several business plans, and based on, I forget two of the folks that, not Bo Whitney stuff, but there, there's a couple of big research groups out there for hemp and cannabis. So that's where the 2020.
Yeah, because for sure the news is going to pick up on 52 million of cannabinoids when they're going to be talking about cannabinoids. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and to that point, I'm sorry to interject, Rusty Tap with Ina Ventures. The numbers related to cannabinoids are kind of misplaced because the hemp-based cannabinoid market is a national market. We're not a siloed market. The percentage of the market capture and on, that is so much conjecture in there. I don't know if it's useful information, but it also generally kind of places the cannabinoid market in a substantially smaller light than it actually is. And I don't think that that's fair to Hawaii, given, Hawaii's history and particulars related to agriculture. The promise of small farming and cannabinoids is a really great promise for Hawaii. And even at large scale, I mean, the hemp-derived cannabinoid market is now equal to that of the medical and adult use market nationally. I don't think we should underplay that. And generally, I don't think those numbers are accurate, precise, or useful.
52 million was calculated for Hawaii.
Bo Whitney?
Estimated in 2020. And I'll try to find a citation on that. Rusty, I hear what you're saying. We either talk about the national market or from my perspective, it's helpful for them to understand when there's specifics there. Because we always cheerlead for hemp in general, right? But when you start to talk about, oh, we've got this fuel infrastructure already in place. Oh, we've got this established market and it's this much already in place. It makes a difference. I don't want to underplay the market any more than you do, but let me see if I can find the $52 million citation. I don't want to.
Well, yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And it's important because it's, the Department of Health is not concerned with biofuels. They're not concerned with, fiber and so on. So it's important that this report reflects the disparity and the uneven application of laws related to hemp and cannabinoids. It's undermining trust in law. I mean, I can go to a store nearby me and buy pre-rolled HDO cones in the
So,
same,
Rusty,
I can
I'm
buy
just
a
gonna
handgun
interrupt you
and
because-
alcohol. And
Yeah,
the health department is restricting an ability to sell bona fide hemp pre-rolls, for example. And so it's very important, and we don't know what that market is here. And so it's very important not to project inaccurately what the potential of a cannabinoid market is in Hawaii. And in fact, it's probably very important to the people on this task force that a cannabinoid market exists in Hawaii if we want a groundswell economic movement, especially for small farms and for food.
Yeah, I
So-
agree. It should be the biggest number possible that we can justify.
okay, thank you, because I prefer not to pull the number out. It's a 2020 number. I can find the citation. You'd prefer a larger number if we can do it, because you don't want to estimate it. I might underestimate. So is that correct? And if I'll do my best to find the citation before we hang.
Absolutely. If numbers
Right.
are used, it should have sources and the best quality sources available. That's very important, because the cannabis industry is notorious now for misprojecting in revenue, both, medical, adult use, hemp. We've just been misprojecting this promise a lot, and I think that that's not exactly appropriate. And I do think it misleads investors, politicians, even business folks, and so I think it's very important.
52 is underestimated at this point. Is that your concern?
I just don't know what the number is, and if I wouldn't use numbers if it meant to be guessing, and
Are you
we
comfortable?
know the only number that I'm aware of is the $28 billion number related to hemp cannabinoids. That's the catchy number that has been marched around by folks like Whitney
Yeah.
and so on. But it relates to the issue at hand here, because hemp must be understood that it's tied to cannabis policy. And if we're projecting a future where there's a cannabis reform policy in Hawaii, it's important to place the context of hemp according to the full context of the use of cannabis in Hawaii going forward. I think it's important. I don't know that we've had the time to do that in this hemp task force. I think there was
And we're not going to have time to vote on the report.
we
because
won't. I believe we won't. But I'm obviously here to vote today mostly. But I do.
Yeah.
I wouldn't vote for numbers that I just.
Okay, so we'll try to clean that up. Rusty, it's been used over and over again. There's been multiple citations, but Whitney is the one that calculated that in 2022. He did 2 reports. I'll try to find that, but it's been in bills. It's been in the media, so we have multiple citations on that. I'm confident using that number, but I will make sure we find the citations for it. And if I can't find adequate citations, we'll pull it out. And if you can find citations specific,
the big picture is that it constrains the idea of the economic potential of hemp to a state siloed market, and that's absolutely not the case with hemp. It's far from it. That's the key right now to understand.
So what would you, what would you?
I think Rusty's worried about that. Yeah, it's just 52 million for hemp cannabinoid products, but it's not hemp in totality.
Well, I mean,
Well, I think you meant in hemp in totality because you're also talking about, we have access to bigger markets outside Hawaii. Is that correct, Rusty? Oh, you're silent.
But yes, our market for hemp products, cannabinoid or otherwise, is much larger than a state market. So it doesn't seem to make sense to talk about the size of our state market when we haven't even tapped its potential. My
preference is we have a number in there so that they get they get it. They just don't get the value that's out there right now. But
Civil Beat has it at 54 million from that January report. January 2024. Yeah.
Okay, we need to change that. And that was based on
the state side, the size of the state market might be something findable and reportable, but the projection of what Hawaii hemp farmers could capture from the market is projection, I think.
Move this along, Rusty. Could we add a phrase in there, and let's do it right now, that would say that that it's estimate in 2020 that this was the projection for Hawaii residents, but that is in no way is that the ceiling, or the actual potential is much greater than that. I mean, how do you want to work that?
Oh, no, thank you for the consideration. And I mean, generally, like I say, if there's a solid number representing our annual state market value, that could be a useful number perhaps, but I don't think putting it into the context of what the entire potential of hemp is to Hawaii, and and the percentage of market share that local producers could capture is relevant to a summary.
How do you want to address this specifically? Because we have to vote on it. Do you want me to add a phrase that the actual market is potentially greater than that? So we don't
sure.
limit it.
Might be good to have this as a workable Word document, because
I know I can't, Robert, because it's PD. I deleted it accidentally 10 minutes before.
I just mean before we actually we move on, because I do notice that there is this is pretty much from the task force consultants report, and there's still a lot of inaccuracies, so it would be easier to just rewrite it.
54 million is a number that we've been using.
We're not talking about that. I'm just talking about like above where it says 1999, but it says 35 years. I thought it was also 1990, but it mentions 35 years. And that bottom that you had highlighted, I think that should be moved to the top, because really Rusty's point is really huge, and I know that you know it, that the CB market is the only viable one currently. Also, it said it mentioned 4 building projects that should be supported. I think that's also from the consultant's report. And on the acknowledgements from the consultant, might be good to mention that we were supposed to have 2 months to be working on this instead of you having to do all this at the last second. So I really appreciate your help, but I felt that summary, because it's so important, it didn't mention the biggest part with the CB market, and it was kind of mentioning for businesses, and it was pretty heavy on the fuel section.
I'm going to convert this to Word. It takes less time than. All right. Thanks for your patience.
I want to say thank you to Gail for all your work. This has been a lot, and it just got thrown on your lap, and I do appreciate you a lot for all your years of work on pioneering.
Oh yeah, I don't.
I wish we had more time, and I wish we started this a lot longer so that we could articulate the needs of hemp farmers in Hawaii better and include it in the report in ways that might be more persuasive. But I realize this is great work on your part, and I thank you so much.
Oh, it's not personal, Rusty. If you feel an urgency in me, it's like, I know we have so much to get through today. And I'm like, these conversations regarding how we've been hampered, we've had a significant. So I just want to, though, I want to capture and redo this right now. As Andrew suggested, hemp can replace a large portion of fuels, approximately, potentially.
Sorry, I just want to point out, I think you might still be sharing the PDF, not the Word.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay.
Gail, are we moving off of the summary?
We're gonna stay on the summary, and I'm gonna do a Word.
I just had a couple of things, and then I noticed that I thought Robert had his hand up as well. But I just had a couple small things. I sent you an email with that graph in it. So if you wanted to show the graph and see if people wanted to include it, the green part of the pie chart is the one that says biofuels, and I think it says 12.4%. So you should have that by email. And then there were a couple of things in the summary. One where you talk about being fire and mold resistant. It's also termite resistant, and I think that's an important piece for construction materials, because well, I'm replacing stuff from termite damage in my house, but that's been one of the big selling points of it as a I think it was in that paragraph. It said, fire and mold, fire, mold, and termite resistant.
Thank you.
And then there was a section down where you talk about the prohibition. And it was a little confusing because the way it's worded, it looks like Cynthia Thielen had something to do with that prohibition, and she was
I know,
actually.
if I was reading that, I thought the same thing too. Okay.
Yeah, so some way we could reword that so that, to legally cultivate hemp since the 1937 prohibition, and it says under the leadership of Representative Cynthia Thielen. So it sounded like she had something to do with that prohibition, which I know she didn't. Yeah, there,
Okay.
yeah, there, that's perfect. Okay, those are my only two comments.
Okay. Yeah. I
And
just-
Gail, well,
these
sorry,
sentences.
while you're right in that paragraph, before you move on, there's that one typo, the fourth line from the bottom where it's Cynthia is just an S instead of an A,
Thank you.
just so you don't have to come back to it later.
No, I appreciate that. And Andrew, thank you for encouraging me to move over to Word. It didn't take that long.
On that, it has 35 years, which is, I believe, how long you've been working with him. Maybe, but it says that 1999. So it was a lot of work that led up to the 1999. So
Yeah, so it's confusing. You see, the math can be confusing for some people. I wanted to highlight the state's work before we highlighted the farmer's work in 1990. But is this too confusing then to lead with 35 years and then to say
yeah,
19?
that's fine. I think that's fine. I
Leave
just,
it, change it.
that's up to you.
Please, I need direction. I don't want to think anymore.
Yeah, I think that for 35 years is good because that's what I was always thinking because it's like 1990 in my mind. But
Okay.
you bring up 1990 in the next paragraph, so that's fine.
We could switch that if you prefer. Put this as the first sentence.
That might
Or-
be a good idea because really it was farmers like you that have driven this. So we are all very grateful for your work and for Cynthia's work.
Oh,
And-
no, it's actually my husband and other
Yeah,
farmers.
exactly.
I
Yeah.
was doing watershed work back then.
My main issues were with the last area that you had highlighted to be reworded. I think that could be better in the first paragraph to address some of Rusty's valid concerns about the underplaying of
Are we talking here in this area?
um I think the 6.2 million
Okay.
lower that you said should be reworded. It should be maybe moved up and reworded because that first paragraph seemed really light on the importance of the CV sector.
I was trying to balance it amongst all the sectors because I hear what you're saying. Okay, so you're talking about globally investors are eyeing the hemp industry for its green potential, which they know consumers are demanding. I need to change this. I know the latest number is 28. Does someone want to look up what this is? And give me a citation. I know it's out there. I've seen it many times. There's research, maybe I have it. Hold on. I started to do a reference section. Yeah, I think it was Grandview Research Company. Hold on. I'm sorry, this citation seems low to me that I have. It is from a research company, Grandview Research, but
I see that.
so okay, you guys are still seeing this number. Okay, what do we want to do about this paragraph then? The citation still needs to be, this number needs to be changed in the citation found.
Yeah. But the next sentence sounds like it should be in the beginning because the Hawaii full spectrum that's been pretty much the linchpin of this entire industry. And in that area where it mentions for building projects, I think that could be taken out and replaced with that's in that other paragraph.
There are at least 4 hemp building materials and, okay, so you're talking about this area here. If these are the hemp builders I'm personally wanting to leave housing in there. So what do you
Just
suggest?
that first sentence about there are at least 4 hemp building materials projects.
Mhm.
I don't think that belongs in the summary. I think the second sentence, if there are other building efforts, if you just said building efforts are supported, Hawaii can quickly become a leader in sustainable building that sequesters carbon while creating numerous jobs. That would
I don't want to take that out because that's factual.
That's what that last part is factual. That first part is not really belonging in a summary. For that part, if you talked about how many, you should talk about every sector. So it really, and we haven't really talked about the for hemp building materials. So it that other one that you took from the bottom, it talks about leading in to supporting emerging homegrown building industry. That should replace the part of that sentence where it says for projects. Like that one, instead of at the bottom, should be replacing the beginning of that last sentence
I
where
guess, okay,
like
so
copy and like move the entire section.
want to move this blue thing.
Yeah, because
Okay, so that's actually already stated up here in the paragraph. It talks about Hawaii can move the dial in agriculture, mechanized food
my
production.
point is the CB sector, I think, was originally part of that. Instead of having that at least 4 building material projects in the work in Hawaii on 4 islands, that should be deleted because that doesn't belong in the summary.
Okay, so there is in the first paragraph, this more sentences on CBD than any other sector right now.
But
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt again, Rusty Tap, Comment Ventures. Big concern for me is the second sentence saying hemp could easily be a part of the solution to Hawaii's housing crisis. I'm a Hawaiian. I don't know if hemp is going to be the problem that is it going to solve the housing crisis for Hawaiians? I don't know, but I do think it has some economic promise for Hawaii. I think that really like trying to nail hemp to the housing crisis in Hawaii right off the bat is actually kind of, I think it completely mischaracterizes both the full potential of hemp and the issue with Hawaii's housing crisis. That's just like, I think this is sort of just off I don't know what to say about that other than what I've said before, but it's disturbing even, like given the scenario that we're mentioning here, because the economic potential today and in the past 20 years has related to cannabinoids, and that's been really a big issue, an economic loss to the state, which has been impacting the housing crisis. To say that we're going to have a fix to our housing crisis because of this report or anything else doesn't actually touch the economics of hemp in Hawaii, nor the actual housing crisis issue in Hawaii. I think that's just
You just think it's what, Russ?
I'm sorry, it reaches really too far.
All right, then let's come with, look, this report's supposed to address all sectors.
Is the
The
first,
the housing people are underrepresented today. They're not here. But we do know that there are projects
as
on
much as they are, but the first sentence doesn't even mention CB hemp, and it
Oh.
doesn't talk about CB hemp until way down the line.
Well, let's
And
put it up here. Then that's just I'm a cannabinoid
at
farmer, so
least
obviously.
4 hemp building material housing projects in the works in Hawaii, and they should be, I don't think that that sentence that there are at least 4 should belong here.
Can you tell me why? Because it's a fact that there are.
There there should be talk about how many, because we didn't talk about those 4, and I think that's a big problem with us not talking about the 4. So we are putting kind of, we're kind of putting the finger on the scale, saying that there are 4 that should be supported. I don't think the report
No,
should.
because we're not mentioning any company names.
So,
It's
but
a
we're
non-state.
saying that there are at least 4 that are, and we don't have that. We don't have, there are at least so many cannabinoid farmers, and they should be supported. We don't have there so much. That doesn't really belong. The amount of it should just be general. Hemp building material projects should be
Okay,
supported.
let me explain my preference on this, and then we'll just go with what you guys want to do. If we just talk in general terms, in rah for hemp, we
Because
haven't.
it doesn't make sense to
Haven't
just
really
identify
reflected what
just the 4 building.
we haven't reflected what the actual state of the industry is. I mean, the fact is there is infrastructure out there. There are people doing things, and I think that's important data or information for the legislature to have.
We haven't done any of that research, so we're having to do work because the failure of the consultants report. But if you were going to say that, you'd have to say there are at least so many CB farmers, you'd have to so many techs, everything. It's really, when this first paragraph, which is the most important, really, I agree with Rusty completely. It really, when I read it, it barely mentions CB until way down. It's not even in the first couple of paragraphs. And then it
Would it
doesn't
be better if we move
mention
this
how
up?
many CB farmers are, and they should be supported. This summary paragraph, I know, is very, very much tilted towards, if you read it, it sounds very much, because I just heard it, like renewable energy and housing should be supported, and it doesn't sound at all like the ones that are actually feasible for farmers should be supported. Like having at least 4 hemp building material projects in the works, when you don't say that about all the other sectors. I know this is heavily for a summary, it shouldn't have that kind of detail.
Folks, just a time check. We're about an hour in already on
I know,
this.
this is
So
not gonna work.
up to
Okay.
you how you want to spend your time, but
Not on this. Okay, excuse my editorializing the 3 hours of sleep.
The summary is the most important part.
The summary is, if we move the cannabinoid, thank you for taking the time to share what you're saying. If we move the cannabinoid to the beginning, does that help emphasize this the way that you guys feel is important?
I really don't like that sentence that says there are at least 4 hemp building materials and they should be supported.
It's not saying they should be supported, it's saying if building, okay, if building, how about we just say,
If we take out those, there are at least 4, that it completely doesn't make sense in the summary paragraph.
okay. Let's take a vote on that, because this is bogging us down. And it's important. I'm not, I just.
Go for it. Go for a vote. Keep it or ditch it, right?
Yeah, so the main thing, okay, so first of all, we're okay with moving the blue up there. There seems to be desire to emphasize cannabinoids. We're leaving the housing in there. We added termite. The concern is that we mentioned there are at least 4 projects. And we haven't mentioned the number of the other types of projects per sector. So who's in favor of, or do you want to state the question, Robert, since it's your concern?
Make a motion that we strike that section of the sentence that says there are at least 4 hemp building materials and housing projects in the works in Hawaii on 4 islands. If these and other hemp building efforts are supported, and strike that out, and then strike out can quickly become a leader in sustainable. Then just say if hemp building efforts in other sectors are supported, because this also just calls for that sector to be supported in the summary. It doesn't call. So I really think all sectors should be supported, not calling out. And we also saying creative numerous jobs. If it's a commodity scale, that's not, and we also talk about mechanization. That's not a lot of jobs. So
Okay.
it's small farmers that
In the interest of time, I need to call for a vote. So Robert's asking, can you guys see the screen? He's saying that we should delete this because
I liked your earlier reference to small farmers being more productive, because that is the case of your UN study that you can cite there, and it's also the case here in Hawaii.
we're running out of time, and I don't want to walk away after so much time not
We
having,
should be able to have until 5 o'clock today.
no, till 2. That's my understanding, unless Andrew wants to clarify. Okay.
We moved previous meeting that we'd be working till 5 today.
Oh, all right. Okay, so the vote, there's a, Robert's called for a vote. I suppose we need to second it. Does someone want to say, Rusty, you want to second that, or someone want to second it?
Yes, I second that.
Okay, all in favor of deleting that section, raise your hand.
Are you muted?
I see 5 hands raised. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that we would leave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Gail, can I help you, Gail?
What?
Can I help you with the voting? So I can get the,
Yeah, June, thank you. Thank you very much.
okay, so who is in favor for that motion? So Gail, so I'll call the names, okay? Gail, says yes or no?
Opposed?
No. Robert Benz,
Yes.
yes. Tai Chang,
No.
Jared.
No.
So Janine is not here, Gloria is not here, Kelly King,
No.
no. Kyle Young,
Yes.
yes. Chingley is not here. Michele,
Yes.
yes. Juday is not here. Liliana is not here. Brittany Neal,
No.
no. Grant, Grant Overton, yes or no? So I'll read that to Grant. Greg Smith, yes or no? Greg,
Yes.
Okay, yes. Joseph Smith?
No,
No. Rusty Tap?
Yes.
So again, Scott is not here, so I'll go back to Grant. Is it yes or no?
No.
So Grant is no. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 for yes and 6 for no.
Is that what it is? 6 for yes, 6 for no?
So the motion hasn't passed, so we need a quorum.
Okay. Would it be helpful? I know part of the issue is calling for support of this industry and saying it would quickly become, that's a little too much conjecture. Could we change this to say, if hemp building efforts are supported, Hawaii can become a leader in sustainable building?
That sounds great to me. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. I think I like that because I don't think it's going to happen quickly. Obviously, I think it's a good thing to do, but I don't think it's going to happen quickly.
Okay.
Maybe mention all the other sectors should be supported because it kind of sounds like we're just calling for support of one sector.
Right, let's find a way to balance that out.
Could you put if hemp building this is Kyle Leon from Hawaii Goat Farms. Could you possibly put if hemp building efforts and cannabinoid farming are supported, Hawaii can become a leader in sustainable building and say cannabinoid production while creating new.
Yeah, I like what you're trying to do, Kyle, balance it all out. I think what I want to do I want to leave the 4 in here. We just agreed to leave the 4 in there. But I want to take out
It's really important to take that 4 out. I
would agree with that too.
Well, we just voted that we're going to leave.
You said that you would take that 4 out. I agreed with supporting it. But we kind of tied vote, and I really don't think it's appropriate for you as the person that wrote this to say that we should identify supporting 4 specifically when we don't have that in every other sector. It seems like
That's fair. That's a fair statement, Robert. I do feel incumbent to represent fairly all sectors today, and because the building
the hemp building really is only going to happen if we can. The herd is a byproduct. Like Rusty made the point, you can grow fields of CB hemp, and the herd is a byproduct. It's in Kyle's recommendation that it should be CB and hemp because it really is not. It's not appropriate I can't support any of this if you're gonna leave that for the
meat of all this is the recommendations, but I understand the summary is what everyone's going to get to. I understand your request for me to abstain. I also ask everyone to remember that our job is to.
You also know that these 4 have not been mentioned in this task force, and this is directly from this consultant's report. And to say that there are at least 4 hemp building material projects and they should be supported when you don't mention how many CB farmers, which are really, the only ones that are actually.
Okay, so let's restate this then. We don't want the housing part to be singled out for support. And so that needs to be somehow, taken out of there. And then we also don't want numbers because none of the other sectors had numbers in there. So how can we state this just like we did down here with biofuels? We stated the state of what's happening in biofuels,
Like you had it when he had removed the number. I was fine with it. And then you put the number back in. That's my whole problem.
That's
is-
because the motion failed, but, so, let me, instead of doing that,
So are you, Rob, I think Robert's saying, just to change it to there are hemp building materials and housing projects in the works. Is that what you're saying, Robert? Just take out the at least
Correct.
4?
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, I
Okay.
would be good with that. You know what, one of the things I wanted to just remind everybody too is that the building material aspect of this, and I'm saying this not as someone who's going to grow up for building materials, but someone who wants to see that happen because, you know, I've been really concerned with affordable housing. But that speaks directly to a statewide crisis. And that's why it's important to leave that in because that's what's going to catch their attention. There's no crisis around cannabinoids right now. So, you know, we want to support farmers doing that, and it's a good product.
No,
But
no, no.
the reason to leave the building materials in there is because that's what's going to get them to support this industry, I think. And the rest of it comes along with it.
I'm
I
sorry.
completely
Also
agree.
housing.
Rusty Tap, commenting on Kelly King's statement that cannabinoid farmers, or that generally that there's no crisis there. In fact, I mean, the housing crisis is an economic crisis, and cannabinoid is a sector of economic potential that's been withheld from Hawaii's farmers for far, far too long. Also, you know, and this is a crisis because, like I said, I can go to down the street and buy a THCO infused pre-roll in the same store. I can buy a handgun and alcohol all in the same place, and I can't make the same product here. And it's been this way for years and years. For over like 4 or 5 years, this has been the case.
Rusty,
The
and
housing crisis is directly related to economic potential that's been limited in all categories of Hawaii, but agriculture especially.
And
We just can't keep
farmers-
discounting it in favor of
Exactly.
another section. And I think that this task force should be really focusing on hemp as a plant, and its other uses can fall away from that. But I think prioritizing the other uses of, or you know, grading one over the other is not the role of a task force like this, and it would eventually lean into bias
And I
position.
say that
It's
if you look
only
at
leading
the
into
page
bias
of
when it's listening
recommendations,
for it says,
Robert,
or
just
You can recognize the chair, Robert.
thank you. I would just say that if you look at the bulk of everything that's been circulated, there's been, first of all, in meetings, way more time devoted to the discussion of cannabinoids than any other sector. Secondarily, if you look at the number of pages and recommendations devoted in this report, cannabinoids far outweighs any other sector.
but the summary is where everybody reads, and it is so biased against. And Rusty's point is there's nothing stopping anybody in just growing fiber. But if it's going to be profitable to the farmer, we have to be able to grow flower.
let me explain the strategy that I saw
Flower
anyway.
also grows the fiber. The hurd is the byproduct of the flower. The hurd is for the building material, is a byproduct of any hemp, except for microgreens.
Okay, thank you. Kyle, why don't you go and then I'll explain, I kind of following up on what Kelly was explaining is the strategy in terms of communication, because we want to be paid attention to. We want all sectors to be paid attention to. Go
Right,
ahead,
but
Kyle.
I have no, my only problem is that mentioning the number of people.
I'm going to propose that in a minute.
Kyle Leon, just kind of going back and like, you know, some of the meetings that we had, especially like the conversation and one of the comments I think you made, Gail, about cannabinoids and versus like the fiber sectors. If you want to go do fiber, it seems like there's no issues with the DOH or DOA as far as like, you know, growing it. The issues right now, and I think with what Rusty's saying is like, you know, there's issues, maybe not a crisis according to Kelly in the cannabinoid market, but it seems like we're missing out on the boat or the starting point for the cannabinoid market in the last 4 to 5 years. And I get where Robert's coming in and saying like, you know, most people are just going to read the summary and kind of get, you know, the gist of this report. If we don't, I don't know how to say this, but like, you know, 3-4 meetings ago, I believe you told the consultant too, you know, like cannabinoids have been fighting for a very long time, and you guys have been, yeah,
and we stripped out everything that they had in there that was misinformation. We put in the recommendations that we wanted, and so the cannabinoid sections of this report, if you've had a chance to read them, are all changed and they're
Mhm.
highlighted. And there's way more emphasis in the report given to cannabinoids in terms of quantity of pages than any other sector. And I hear the concerns regarding, we need to get the summary right, but then we've really got to move on because we're just going to have to vote on things. You guys wouldn't have had time to read everything.
Yeah,
Go
people-
ahead real quick.
People are only going to read the summary, and it's really hemp herd is going to come from any hemp. So
Okay, Robert.
for 4 islands that are in the works and not identifying on other sectors all the work of things. That whole sentence, there are hemp building materials and housing projects in the works in Hawaii on 4 islands. At least for him, it's like you can just have it so much easier with just that hemp could become a leader in sustainable building and sequester new jobs. Without that first sentence, it would be so much easier.
Look, in all the other sectors, we talk about the fact that there's some activity already occurring. There is activity occurring.
Really, it doesn't mention the CB farmers, how many CB farmers there, it doesn't.
So we would limit it. Okay, let me back up.
Under-
I'd like to propose that we delete the things that are in red, if you guys can see that. There are hemp building materials and housing projects and works on all 4 islands. Factual. Hemp could become a leader in sustainable building that sequesters carbon while creating numerous new jobs. Speculation, but possible. Same with all these sectors. There's a little bit of speculation, but possible. That's what we're trying to do with a summary.
I'm good with that.
Is say what is while also pointing the picture towards what we can do.
For the sake of time, or if we're going to have a vote on some more things to strike, please strike the 25% of the large market of this market in 16 million. We need to understand it's a national market. That doesn't necessarily help that at all.
I think Rusty, I don't know, you know, how familiar you are, and you probably are with the statistics around ag and why, but they're dismal. And the legislature is trying to move things forward in $15 million chunks.
Okay.
That's part of their policy. And so when we talk about the opportunities, if we can couch it in terms that they see, we get buy-in.
Yeah, I mean, I want buy-in on my school buses before I get buy-in on other things. Like, if this is a viable industry, then the economics don't need to be convinced of it. It's a viable industry. Business makes money. But I don't need the state to write checks to businesses when we can't put our kids on buses to go to school. Like, I just don't want to get there. And what, I don't know, again, what the point of having 25% of a state market, what it means to this summary is actually, it very much detracts from the value of cannabinoid farmers in Hawaii.
When we're losing 700 farmers in 5 years and 82,000 acres, and farmers are losing tons of money, and we can't find any food crops where we have.
We have cannabis, we have cannabinoids. This is a promise for small farms.
I know, and that's why I'm saying if we state that this is just a basic calculation. It's a speculation. Hey,
It's only irrelevant because it's not a state market. Cannabis, hemp is a national global market. We shouldn't talk about what the state market is at this juncture. You might include this at some other stage in the report, but at this stage, it just looks like diminishing the potential of cannabinoids.
That's so funny. I think it's obviously a point of view because given how, you know, if you look at the numbers of farming in Hawaii, anything that's like even close to 1 million is like, so, and those people in the know and the ledge will know that. But okay, so let's get back. Joe, I'm so sorry. Your hand has been raised. And then I'm going to go back and offer some changes. Thank you for being so patient.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. I'm the only builder, I guess, on this hemp task force, the only one. So I've built several different structures with hemp. I had an expert from Europe tell me, why you even bother with farming? Just bring your hemp in. Just bring your hemp in from the mainland. You don't need to worry about growing it there. I got on this because, okay, so I have observed this whole time and haven't talked very much, but I agree with you that I noticed that that Megan and Shar were biased towards the building sector. And I've also watched this whole thing change, and they really did try to cater to everyone because there's 5 different sectors. And Gail, you've alluded to it, that we've addressed all 5 sectors. It seems like nitpicking. I have 2 permits applied for to build houses with hemp. One's in Lahaina right now. I know Scotty's growing and building and doing different things with it. So this number 4 is not arbitrary. And I don't know why that's such a big deal that you want to take it off. It seems like the consultants really, I agree, they were too biased towards building, and I saw that going on, and I wasn't going to complain because I'm a builder. And yet I think that they've addressed that, and now there's all this nitpicking. We're not going to get this thing done. I mean, I think maybe some of you guys got to compromise a little. Rusty, I know you feel strongly about it, and Robert, I know you feel strongly about it, but it's not going to make it if and I can buy my hemp from the mainland.
So, and thank you, Joe. And I want to thank you all for your patience, because I think we can structure this meeting a little more efficiently. And so let's work on doing that together, because I think too bad this isn't being done over lemonade or beers or hemp juice. If we go back and strike the at least 4 and in the red, and if hemp building efforts are striking this that's in the red, is that going to help Rusty and Robert?
I'm good if those are striked.
As I mentioned, for the sake of saving time, we could just strike out that 25% of it, like the stuff that relates to conjecture about Hawaii's small state siloed hemp market. I don't think it's helpful. I'd like that out of there. If we're going to vote on this stuff, maybe it could be together. But I've been ready to vote for weeks.
All right, so we just changed this because the only folks that wanted to change were Robert and, well, you know what? I changed it without consensus in the group. If anyone is opposed to the changes I just made on that document, please raise your hand. It was just eliminating the 4. Okay, we're going forward. With regard to this, the concern from Rusty, and I'm going to move forward because I don't think there's consensus on this, but is that it minimizes the potential here. And so what I'd like to do, Rusty, is I get what you're saying. Is there a way?
It misrepresents what the hemp market is to Hawaii farmers.
So what the most important thing is to communicate. What I'm hearing from you, I think, is to communicate a greater potential than what this number represents. So I would like
that it's that number does not represent Hawaii cannabinoid farmers market. Our market is not represented by that.
Yeah, our market is very small.
No, actually, our market is huge. If we can sell this product to every state in the nation and other countries in the world, this is the
Yeah.
Okay, let's clarify. We're talking about state markets and then markets outside the state. And these numbers refer to in-state markets, so we can clarify that. And then let's put a statement in there saying that and the opportunity for export to the mainland and globally is significant, way beyond 16 million or something like that. Can we do that so that we're not capping that, but we're giving a number that shows, look, that number is important to the ledge, I believe, but then we're also pointing the potential towards even greater.
I like that.
I don't even know what I just said.
I think that's great. I think that's perfect. That resolves both of the issues.
Which is not representative of the potential for sales to the U.S. Mainland and global markets.
It's not a potential sale. Cannabis can move to it's not a potential sale at all. Like, thinking about hemp as a state siloed market is just completely fundamentally wrong. It mischaracterizes it. I don't think it's very good at all in this point. It's a deal breaker. It's a no-go kind of thing. Yeah.
Well, I think we're looking at low-hanging fruit. I mean, it's typically in terms of marketing, it's easier to crack your local market than it is, it takes more resources to go nationally, internationally.
Well, you have a website, you sell something, it goes in the mail. E-commerce is a big deal. You know, people do that here in Hawaii.
All right, so you're right. I'm not a marketing expert, but what I want to do is hit some kind of balance here. So I'm gonna call for a vote. And Rusty, okay, so you don't like the idea of potential. I know a lot of people were upset when we spoke in absolutes.
Well, why not use the big number? Why not use the $28 billion cannabinoid number as a national market number? If you're going to use a number, why not use the big number? Like I just don't get this.
Well,
just take the potential out. That's fine. Just read it, which is not representative of the potential. I mean, not representative of the sales to the US. That's fine. You can take potential out, right?
Blank, blank, blank in sales. It's expected, right? In national and global sales by 2028. Rusty, maybe in the rest of the time you can help me find that citation, because the two sources I have, I mean, I guess I could open up an old business plan I have, but
I have a citation for the national market here. It's from leading international global economics, Bo Whitney, and you know him, of course. Says the total addressable market, TAM. This is just the IHD segment, so a very small segment. It's 28.4 billion, with a range from 21.3 billion to 35.8 billion. That's just more of the gummies and the beverage for a national market, according to him.
that's national.
Yeah.
Like maybe repetitive there. And that's by
I sent you the citation scale from that Grandview or whatever. I sent it to your email.
You just sent that citation? Thank you.
I sent the other, the 64 million. Yeah. And the other one. So just back up that in.
Oh, I'm sorry. 64 or 54?
No, the other one. Sorry. The one, the overall, the 64 billion or something like that.
Okay, what number are we settling on then? This is 60. You're talking about 64 billion. You just sent a citation and Robert just read.
Yeah, you can check. I sent you the citation. June and you both have it in an email. I just sent it to you, so you can check it. That's a report that was a 2024 report from Grandview.
Yeah, if the Grandview number is a bigger number, I would just go with that bigger number.
Yeah.
It's just
Grandview.
the IHD segment of the market.
And it has a growth to like something even bigger, I think.
Yeah, I see the 5.49 for current, but I'm gonna share the screen. Where Rust, Ty, where is what paragraph is the number that you said is 64? I'm not seeing it in here.
I'll keep going down. It's in a table that's maybe about 3/4 the way down. It says US market. It has total US market size.
Growth rate, quantitative units.
You see it? It's a graph.
Yeah. Well, that's 6.3 billion.
Oh, sorry, 6.3 billion.
Well, that's current. I'm sorry, that's current.
Yeah, current this year. Yeah.
Okay, so 2030 is 16.82, which is less than the Bo citation.
Oh, okay. Use the Bo one then.
What citation do you guys want to use?
The largest number that we could find.
All right. Is there consensus on, did we capture, especially you, Rusty, the fact that going for this existing market is not representative, or let me see.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much for listening to this. I don't like to sound like I'm complaining about this. I think it's a matter of accuracy, and I think it's important.
You're speaking to fellow cannabinoid farmers, so we understand the pain and the frustration and the loss we've all experienced. Okay.
That Bo number is just the IHD hemp market, so that's a good number.
What's IHD?
Like the proposed 5 milligram gummies with a 50 milligram package. What they call potentially intoxicating hemp derivatives, or like gummies that have THC in them.
But that's not part of the summary, is it?
That would be smaller because if you included the CBD gummies that don't have THC and
I'm
other,
not, I'm done. So where are we on this summary?
Oh, Gail, just to let you know, you have which is not representative of the, and then you have of the again.
Where is it? Oh, which is not representative of the, yeah. Okay, all right. If there's anyone opposed to these changes, please raise your hand. All right, we're moving on. Are we all in agreement that we can use the Bow citation here?
Yes.
Okay, and we're all in agreement that we will use the Civil Beat citation or another one for this 54 million.
Yes.
So there's also, it's also in several bills. It's also, there's a white paper or letter that went to the legislature from Bo Whitney. I'll see if I could find that. But in any event, we do have citations that we've agreed on right here. Okay. Thank you for everyone's time and patience here. What else? How are we doing on this? Any other changes to the summary?
No, can we vote on it?
Yeah, someone want to make a motion and do it?
Make a motion, we vote on the summary.
Someone want to second that?
I'll second that, Tai Chen.
Okay.
Oh, my video's on. Sorry.
No, I appreciate it because I think we're all feeling that way just because we're at the end, right? You're running the 400 meters and we got about 30 to go and almost no time to make it, but we're going to do it. We're going to make a world record here happen. June, can you calling for the
Gail, just to clarify, so the motion is voting for the summary, is that correct?
Yeah, to clarify, the motion is to
As it has
accept
been amended, yeah, on screen.
Yeah, and this summary, when I mean summary, it's the introductory page, the table of contents with the understanding the acknowledgements will change, page and numbers will be added here. The summary here, the citations will be added. And this has been, and this will change to the.
Did you want to make that change to the Department of Ag that was twice, just to change one to Department of Health while
Yeah,
we're
where
on
was
it,
that?
so we don't have to go back later?
Yes, please, where is it?
It was at the beginning. When you were, it's like the list. I'm sorry, I don't have it up, but go up on your screen. Let me see if I can pull it up. It's just like you were gonna thank the people and you were gonna list people there, the acknowledgements. Thank you.
Okay, DOA can change that. Thank you. Thanks, Brittany. All right. Okay, so the summary includes, again, introductory page, the table of contents, to which page numbers will be added, references will be added, the acknowledgement paragraph, just a quick thank you will be added. These changes that we've discussed will be included, including the citations we discussed. I need to change this real quick with the U.S. Hemp Industry Predicted Reach. Are we just repeat? No, this needs to be overall number. I need an overall number for the entire industry.
right, because that's just the IHD market that Bo was citing there. Which to price
What
these
does that mean? Can you tell us what that means? I don't know what you mean.
That's potentially intoxicating hemp derivatives like gummy bears if ate a large amount. Something
Okay.
like
All right. So we need a number for all sectors right here.
So it has been moved and seconded that the members will vote on this amended summary. So do you still need to debate? If not, we'll go on voting. Okay.
Thank you.
So are you in? Who are in favor of this? So I'll like call Gail. Gail, are you in favor?
Aye.
Hey, could
Gilbert?
I just interrupt? Instead of doing one at a time, I think that everybody's
Wanted
gonna
to say, who
yes.
says no?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who said
just
no?
if there are
Is
any
there
opposed.
Is there anyone from the members who are opposing the motion? No? So are all in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think,
Yes.
Yes, by default.
so the members voted the motion to be passed. So I think we will adopt that in the final report then.
Okay, thank you. Let's quickly go over the findings of the fiber and building section. This is, let me change what I'm sharing. Okay, you guys, my cursor's on this, you can see this.
Yes, we see the findings.
Okay, I don't think there's anything too controversial in here. I could read it, or generally it just describes fiber, building materials that can come from that. Some other materials, these are primarily grabs from the consultant report, but it's kind of the 101 on hemp. Because I'm assuming there's a number of people that read this in the ledge that don't know it. So it's good to have a few examples of the products that can come from fiber. Then it goes on to talk specifically about building materials. It does speak about the potential to help out with the housing crisis. Let me see if there's anything inflammatory with that.
Gail, just you skipped over that paragraph that says plastics. Can you change that to bioplastics?
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. If no one has any objection.
Just a quick introduction on the opportunity for building materials here. These numbers here are grabbed from the consultant's report. We can cite the consultant's report, but it's not going to be publicly available, so we could delete it if we want. It's just basic. It's their basic calculations based on the technology they thought would be applicable for Hawaii.
I would second that if you think that's a good idea. I also see that they mentioned specific projects. You kind of know how I feel about that.
It's not, I don't think there's any specific projects in here, are there?
It just says there are 2 of these projects are working to develop affordable housing. There are several projects, but that's I'm not gonna take up any more time on that unless you think it's easy enough.
Yeah, thanks. I'd almost rather just leave it in there at this point. There's no one specifically named. Oh, that's not true. Look, we named Joe Smith. Could we say, how about we just say
Take me out of there.
Yeah, he's like,
Above him too, the building supply company should be mentioned because it should be really a farmer led. The building companies are the reason that we don't have a forestry in industry. They'll buy whatever's cheapest.
Yeah, I have to say that it doesn't really fit into the category of affordable housing.
so am I hearing that people want this paragraph deleted?
I would delete that. I would leave Joe in if you want, but I would definitely delete that one.
Okay, well, since we're taking other people out, we have to be consistent.
Oh, you can leave me in if you want. Listen to Robert.
I'm taking you out. Okay, so I guess I would ask, is there any objection to deleting this paragraph on building supply companies? If so, please say so.
No objection.
Okay. It's coming. All right.
Well, you're gonna have to change the wording because when you took me out, then it says since launching his hempcrete focused business, there has been a local interest. I mean, however the hemp heard. You know what I mean? If you just took my name over.
I understand. How about a Maui based, something like that, Joe? Just, oops, because we have to be consistent.
So are you counting the Don Nelson's cottage that he built as the first one?
Well, what do you mean counting?
You
Yeah,
say it says here the second house, Hempcrete House. So is that, are you counting the?
yeah,
the-
yeah, that's what we're
Okay, I thought that was the only other one, but I wasn't sure.
I mean, he built a house and a cottage actually, so.
He put some hemp into the big house he built, but I wouldn't call it a hemp house like yours.
Right.
But the cottage is hemp.
Okay, so I made it more generic since launching their hempcrete businesses. There's. Okay.
Weren't you going to take out that paragraph that talks about these building supply
Yeah,
companies?
thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay, this just,
Can you,
Go ahead.
I can't see the bioplastics section anymore, but I just want to make sure that there wasn't a letter inadvertently. Yeah, P was deleted.
Brittany, I love your eye. That's
I-
Oh
super.
my God, good catch.
Oh, wait,
Yeah, no,
I have an
that's great.
extra L still.
Oh, yeah,
The L before P.
except Dr. C, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice,
No, thank-
nice catch.
Okay, we are Maui based recently, okay. Then we're looking at some of the reasons on why, hemp, and to be consistent, I'm gonna take that out. Some of the reasons why building homes with hemp in Hawaii could be beneficial. This is generic kind of 101 hemp stuff, so I don't think that there's anything
I guess the
objectionable.
only thing is, does it specifically mention the termite resistance that Kelly brought up earlier?
Yeah, I
Because
was
that
wondering
is
about
definitely.
Yeah, I don't even
the-
see resistance in here.
Yeah, that's always a big,
Termites killed more houses than any other thing.
yep.
I thought it was the termites holding hands that kept our houses up.
Yeah. Can you stick it into one of these other sections? Maybe
Yeah, mold, fire, mold.
fire and termite, fire mold and termite resistant.
Is it? Just repeat ourselves. I hate that kind of writing, but. Okay. Okay, is that good enough?
At the beginning, it says one of the key benefits. It should probably be changed to some of the key
Oh,
benefits.
thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
And then some of the key benefits, instead of saying is, it should be are, A-R-E.
Yes.
What is that you gave me? Building hemp would be more affordable.
Where do you see that, Joe? I hear you saying something about affordable question.
No, that was earlier. You know, if we did grow hemp here, it would be more affordable, actually. It's only not affordable because we have to bring it in.
Well, that's a question too, right? Because of our large farming costs, but that's a fun debate for another day. Regenerative agriculture. I mean, we want to grow for you, all of us. Renewable resource. Can harvest year round. This
There,
could,
if I don't want to add more time, but that's my name as Hawaii Sustainable Farms, but like regenerative, sustainable, or natural. It's all kind of undefined term. Maybe we could support certified organic, because that has a enforceable set of standards and it costs money, so it could be supported. I think the agronomist from the lower 48 was saying that everybody wants the organic hemp hearts, hemp seed. The market is wanting organic, so
The
maybe.
place to put that, because that's agricultural across the board, would be a recommendation in the general sectors thing. We can review that next. Is that okay, Robert? Did you want to change something specifically here? Or you're talking about,
Something mentioning supporting certified organic, because I just even though my farm is named what it is, I know all these words except for organic. They don't have any really
I know, they don't have certifications behind it, but I understand. I just feel like that's a more broad sector. Let's put that in the.
because it says hemp cultivation can and when we think of hemp cultivation, but nowadays, as that same agronomist mentioned, they use like pre-emergent herbicides and stuff.
Okay, so
And-
let's put it this way, assuming certified. Well, it doesn't have to be certified, but organic. Or other regenerative and natural practices. Does that help?
Yeah, because I know that when we lose the organic market perception, like the organic market perception of papaya was lost, it can be bad. And right now we have a good organic farmer kind of market perception.
Okay. Kelly, what were you gonna say? I think that was your voice. I can't see anyone on the screen.
I think it was me, Brittany, but it's resolved. Don't worry about it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the conclusion we already reviewed the other day, recommendations. And I highlighted things that might have been changed, so nothing has changed from the other day. I'd like to vote on this section now. Someone want to motion and praise it, if any, as if asking if anyone's opposed.
Quick question, is
Okay.
there recommendations in this section or no?
There are, we reviewed them in detail the other day.
Okay.
And
Is
there
there
were
recommendations of grants? This, okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, there are grants. There's grants in every of the specific recommendations. Someone want to make a motion, please?
I make a motion, we vote on this section of the report.
And perhaps ask if those are, I don't know, how you want, I guess June can phrase that, yeah. And is there a second?
I'll second
I-
it. I'll second it.
Thank you, Jared. Okay,
So
we'll call
it
for,
has been moved and seconded that the section on findings for fiber and building be voted. So the members can debate the motion, and if there's no debate, we can proceed. Are you ready to vote? So are all members?
Sorry, really quick before we take this vote, I just noticed under the conclusion, it says hempcrete offers numerous environmental and practical benefits. Including resistance to fire, termites, and mold. That's just, I think, the last place we maybe didn't insert
you.
that.
No, it's true. Thank you,
Mhm.
Brittany. I always appreciate your eye. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, June. Thank you.
So are you ready to vote? Are all members present today in favor of the motion? If there is no objection, so the motion has passed. Thank you.
All right, you're gaining momentum. Thanks, you guys.
Gail, this is Kelly. I have to leave in a couple of minutes. I just want to make sure I'm not going to leave you guys without a quorum.
Let's see.
Looks like you have 11 now, but you are coming up on 2. So double check with DOA to make sure the IT can keep going for however long.
Yeah, because otherwise we're just have to vote on everything. Yeah.
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 And then
I
if
gotta-
anybody else leaves because you're at 10, if you know you have to leave, please just do what Kelly did and break in and let us all know.
Well, we'll still have quorum with Kelly gone.
I think with Kelly gone, although some people have been coming on and off, so I mean, I think with Kelly gone, we'll have 10 exactly. Does someone double check me on the numbers?
Okay.
So, you know, if it dips below 10, you got to take a recess until
Yeah.
it comes back on, even if it's just like a network interruption.
Okay. All right, gotcha. All righty. Thank you, Kelly. Okay, shoot. Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate. Let's move on to the other the only other section that wasn't reviewed as a group. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Rusty.
That hand raise was from the objection to the vote, but I don't think it matters because it was just one. Thanks.
Okay, okay. All right. Did his objection get registered, June? I'm sorry if I didn't.
Rusty Tap was one against.
Okay, yes.
Thank you, Rusty.
So we need 3 no's, Gail. So one is a,
One was opposed, the rest of the group, when you took the vote, was
yes.
in favor. Yeah, okay, you
We
got
need
that.
3 no votes.
Oh, there were 3.
So-
I'm sorry. Okay, I didn't hear that.
If there were 3 no votes, that might not have passed because you need quorum. And then also with Kelly leaving to pass anything, you need, I think, everybody if there's only 10.
Yes,
So just keep that
11.
in mind.
Okay,
If I was registered as a no vote, I was in support. So I apologize if I didn't make that clear. I thought we were just raising our hand if we were objecting.
So Gail, we will just redo the voting if.
yeah, let's
the-
recall the vote. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay,
Recorded it.
What
so,
exactly we're voting for? I just went along, but did we vote on this whole section?
We're voting to accept the fiber and building section, the entire chapter with the changes that we just made together.
I was wondering what Rusty's objection were. We only stopped partway down. I didn't see the bottom part if there was grants recommended.
Oh, that was, yes, this is because we went over the recommendations in detail 2 days ago or yesterday. I can't remember. It's all coming together.
I think he was there. He might have been missing for that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I voted down on the recommendations for these grants. These grants don't look right to me. I wouldn't ask the public to fund businesses that private venture wouldn't fund anyway.
So noted. Yeah. All right. Is that helpful, Robert? Can we move on? Is there any other? Okay, we need to.
I'm on this Hemp task force. This is the last meeting. And
Hi, Greg. Thank you. Okay, so sorry. I think I've lost track too. I haven't eaten today, which is probably not smart.
So Gail, I have to leave, but I just wanted to say regarding Rusty's last comment that I kind of agree with him. Because and this is what I was saying the other day, that these grants are really specific amounts that are in here, and they're for specific, funders that are going to go to a specific person or company, rather than, not, my thought. I mean, I'm okay letting this go for now, but my thought on, especially the biofuels ones, that I don't like the specific amounts, and I don't like the competition it sets up. I would like to see subsidies for people who want to grow hemp or want to start businesses, and help everybody along, and then let and then if you're doing a good job, you'll get more investors and you'll be able to grow your company. But this thing about choosing a winner based on this application process is a little bit concerning to me. So if I think that's what Rusty was getting at, and I do agree with you, because at some point you have to prove a viable business, and then you do get investors. So I just wanted to voice that before I leave, because I saw that in the biofuel section. And like I said the other day, I would rather just say, that the state legislature should support with subsidies or something like that, rather than do the specific RFPs.
Well noted. Just to
Thank
be
you,
clear.
Kelly.
Yeah, thank you both.
No, I agree with that too. Can we just take the numbers out and say, recommend the grant and not put the numbers in there?
Just real quick, I just want to clarify. I heard from Kelly that there was concern that we may have mentioned individual, no, as far as I recall, no individual company or group was identified to be a recipient of these
No,
grants.
it's not, but because it's an RFP, it's gonna go to one, one applicant.
There
And
were
so,
multiple, in all the grants, it was, there was opportunity for multiple.
yeah, but I'm looking at the biofuels one, it says offer at least 2 phase 1 grants of 100,000. So 2 entities will get this, and then everybody, I mean, that's the part I don't like, is because if Mahipano gets one of these, I don't want them to be driving the industry. But if there were subsidies where anybody who wanted to go into this could get some assistance, and then see where you take it, and then if you are at a good space or wherever they want you to be for phase 2, then offer you additional assistance. But the part that bothers me is this RFP part, where you're setting companies up to compete with each other, and then one's going to have a leg up on the other, because you can't fund everybody this way when you do a competitive RFP. So that's my main concern, is that I would like some more vague language, if possible. I don't know if you can do it at this point, but have some vague language about wanting the state support in some form of subsidies or tax credits or something, where it could be a little more evenly distributed, because some people, may not be able to show some of the the requirements that they're saying, like you have to have grown it for 2 years or whatever the requirements are. But you may have just as valid a business, and you may be a better farmer. Maybe you haven't done hemp yet, but you may be a better farmer than somebody else. So that's kind of my objection to the specific RFP process that's described in here. I think it's too, if they wanted to create a task force beyond this, to say a task force should be created to make recommendations for what types of subsidies or tax credits or things that should be offered to hemp farmers, that would be a way to have us drill down a little bit better. But the way it's worded here, I'm not sure where these specific numbers came from. Like who decided that 2 phase 1 grants of 100,000 each is the number to do for biofuels, and where, how did that number get developed, and the recommendations for how you get that grant. So anyway, that I have to leave, but I just wanted to say that I have that same concern that I think Rusty has about the RFP process.
Yeah, I hear you. And I think 2 things on why it got so specific. One, nothing's actionable if it's not specific. Numbers were based on, floated around during some of the other meetings, but I would like to offer that in the interest of time, and we could debate the value of government or public, and this whole thing for a long time, I think, but what if we change all the grant recommendations to exactly what Kelly was saying, where and then this is a question for Andrew, that we note in the report funding should go to these areas, and that the exact amounts should be informed by a task force convened on such and such date, sunshine by such and such date, something like that. Because if we just leave it undeveloped and wide open, it's less likely to occur.
Yeah,
So,
I agree. I understand that, and I think the legislature is going to make its own decisions on how much money to put where. But part of this may be coming from also the big article that just came out this week about our Office of Economic Development giving money to their relatives. I mean, a couple $100,000 worth of grants that went to the head of OED's, so I do have some suspicion about how these kinds of government grants are awarded, I guess.
I agree. My preference then would be we strip it all out and just say that grants for the various sectors should be let. I do think it'd be great to give some guidance to the legislature, so we end up with a viable RFP, and
Can we increase the awards and kind of generalize it amongst, but you brought up the point in our last meeting, it might go to one section, but like you said, recently we can weight it so that it gives it's more opportunity they were asking for, so more individuals, but maybe not as the huge millions of dollars scale that the consultants and
Yeah, you know, it's different points of view too, right? Because yesterday, just to represent Scotty's point of view, he's like, you know, if you ask big, sometimes you get it. We can move things forward. But and of course, there's gonna be varying opinions about whether that's government's role or not. So
I agree with asking big, maybe just also asking big with asking the same amount for more RFPs, like maybe 10 RFPs for every
what
sector.
I'd like to do is put a motion on the table to be considered, and then you guys can amend it. The motion I'd like to put on the table is that we strip the specificities from all the grants in terms of it and the weighted criteria, other than to say that I would like to say that funding should, because we've seen this happen before, that funding.
Well, see, hopefully there's still some unknowns there with bunny rabbits and their dog. And I mean,
Greg,
they may have met him at the top of the driveway and they're fine, but I guess their dog is territorial of the house. So
we're putting him on mute.
Great. You know, maybe even just add up all these amounts and just say we recommend that whatever it adds up to, $2 million or whatever all those amounts add up to, you know, go into to subsidizing the hemp industry in these different sectors.
Okay, should we, is there a way to word that specifically in terms of emotion? Kelly,
Like
go ahead.
More RFPs. I think that's a good way.
Or we could say, you know, this amount of money needs to be invested in this industry, with opportunity for all hemp farmers to participate or something like that, because that's what we did at the county level. We put $2.5 million into micro grants for agriculture, and then we just let everybody apply for it who, you know, but we had they had to be local farmers, you know, we had specifications. But you know, we didn't put out an RFP so that, you know, you get it and you don't, or, you know, anyway, that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Exactly. That's what I've been a proponent of, because there's so many rigid requirements of so many grants, and I would have to apply for different sections, but I want to grow every section. So if it's a more open general grant where more people can use amount of funds and use it to uplift the hemp, all sectors pretty much, because that county grant was really nice because it wasn't restrictive, so you can use it for anything you think is going to make your farming operation more successful at farming hemp in this case.
Well, now we're revisiting a conversation we had for about 15 or 20 minutes yesterday, and that was I like the idea of saying that all sectors need to be represented in the RFPs. So if they're gonna, they need to, maybe not all sectors will respond to the RFPs, but you know, I
like all sectors having RFPs as long as it's equal funding for all sectors.
Do we have to use the term RFP though? Can we just say all sectors need to be supported with investment from the state? And you know, body should be convened to determine if that's in the form of subsidies or tax credits or, you know, direct or competitive grants. And then you know, at least we can have a body to look at that and say what's the best way. Maybe there'll be different ways to support different sectors, but right now I know what's going to happen with this. You know, you're going to, you know, especially, I mean, just looking at that one section that I've looked at first was, you know, you got 2 phase 1 grants, and depending, and that's supposed to help the industry, but the people that are left out of it are not going to feel like that's helping them.
Right. I also think it was really nice that the county micro grant and the state micro grants. So the states are already used to having smaller grants, so it's not going to be much of a change in more people having smaller grants. So like even in hemp, 500,000 would still be a smaller grant, but I like the term grants or micro grant versus
yeah versus the RFP, because then you're really just doing an application.
Yeah, and it's too
I think
deep.
you're also saying grants instead of tax credits, and I mean, we have to redo a lot of recommendations, but with the just to reconsider, we want all sectors to be able to access this funding. There should be some way that, you know, we don't want all of animal feed to get, you know, because they put in really good applications. We don't want them to get all the money that we identify. So there has to be, we have to do this somehow so that there's a balance amongst the sectors. And so the recommendation would be basically all six.
Somehow to allow us, most farmers are doing multiple sectors, so to allow crossovers allowed, I guess.
Yeah,
Then-
maybe, and that's the idea of, like, you know, getting a task force to drill down on how that would happen so that you can make a little bit more consideration when you get into the details.
Okay, so all sectors need to be supported with
Equally kind of.
by the state, and a body should be formed to determine how to best to provide this financial support. And this body would be what?
I guess reconvene this task force because this is the hemp farmers that are all at this time willing to volunteer like this.
Okay, let's wrap up the, so you're saying the body should be a task force, Robert?
Other hemp farmers supporting us, and then whatever experts we need from the government side.
Well, you know, I think a little bit of the challenge that way is something that Kelly alluded to. Maybe there needs to be more of an arm between, you know, those of us in the industry and who decides how that money is spent. Kelly, can you suggest a wording here that for a recommendation that we're going to put in all the sectors?
Okay, the task force recommends state, because this is to the state legislature, so state investment in the hemp in all sectors of the, or, you know, if we're going to put this into each sector in the industry. I don't know if you want to put an amount, like add up, I mean, they've got, in the biofuel section, they've got 2 grants of 100,000. They've got 2 second phase of 250, so that's like 700,000. I don't know if you want to get that specific, but if you want to add everything up and say, you know, that 2.5 million should be invested in this industry and divided up among the different sectors, with a task force to meet and determine the best support we could give to each sector, because maybe one sector will think, you know, it's great if I can get subsidies. Another sector might say, well, if you give us it in form of tax credits, that would be great. Another sector might want, you know, the direct grants. But that needs to be sussed out, I think.
Okay, so I heard task force recommends that the state invest in all sectors of the hemp industry, ensuring that all sectors are represented in funding or in, are
Yeah,
represented.
Yeah, in the investment of the state.
Investment from the state with a
And
task force to meet and determine the best way to support the sectors. Something
Yeah,
like
and then,
that.
yeah, and then, you know, because we all have different ideas of what we might want. I do have to leave because I have to be somewhere at 2:30 and I'm running a little bit late now, but I think, you know, I agree with what Robert and
Kelly, real quick before you leave, just as a point of order. So we already voted on the food and grain sector. You were talking about numbers from the fuel biomass. I think we were going to redo the vote on fuel and grain just because the objections weren't counted correctly. And just so you know, there are 11. If there's one objection and you're not there voting, then that might not pass. But also, if you guys, there is one section that mentions RFPs in the food and grain section. The recommendation B, offer at least 3 phase 1 grants of 100,000. So if you're going to replace that language with the language you guys just worked out, then you have to redo that again.
Yeah, we're gonna, my understanding is, Andrew and Kelly, correct me if I'm wrong, and the rest of you, is that we're recommending that all the grants as currently written, that the RFPs in each of the sectors be replaced with this recommendation for
Yeah,
funding.
that would be my, I think that would address the
And I would
concern
say that you
that,
pull the grants out of each sector and put this recommendation for funding in the general. We have a section that goes across for all sectors. So I would suggest.
yeah, great idea.
Okay, so we need to vote. Andrew, can you help me in June? What votes do we need to redo? And then we're gonna vote to change all the sectors. Grants.
So we were gonna redo the vote on the food and grain sector, but if you're gonna make a change, I would make a change now and then redo the vote on that. And Rusty, does that resolve your issue? Because if that does, then Kelly, you
Yeah.
can leave, and if you have.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so did you say I can leave now, Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, as long as so this is just for you guys, you need 10 people now. You have 10 exactly, if Kelly leaves. So if somebody is going to object to what you're doing now, then your vote doesn't pass. So it's up to you, Kelly, if you want to take off, but that's just the status.
Anybody gonna object?
Paul, does everybody understand if there's one no vote, then it's no, the whole thing goes. So
Yeah.
you all have that clear, right?
Yes.
So you want to take a
Yeah.
pre-vote?
Well, and we've made.
So
the
it sounds like
changes-
everyone's
and
okay.
We've made these changes that have removed some of the very specifics of the grants, and I personally have no,
Oh, you just muted yourself again, Russ.
sorry. No, I have no objection to it as the amendments, with the amendments, including them, sorry.
Okay,
All
we're
right, Kelly, sounds like you're good
So-
to take off. But again, if anyone else is leaving, please let us know.
Okay, and if we are going to have a vote on changing the language of the parts of each section that refer to grants, should we do that first before we then vote on each section, just to make sure that we're not having to amend anything after, that it just is kind of a blanket across all sectors that these grants will be
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like everyone's in agreement. If you guys just want to do that as you go through each section and then say, oh yeah, the grants thing, remove it, and then have a separate section for all the grants somewhere. I don't know how you want to do that, but it's up to you guys how you want to move forward.
If I understood correctly, Brittany, you're saying let's just vote on stripping the specific wording for grants out of all sectors now, replacing it with this phrase. And then we don't have to address this issue, go through the rest of the sectors.
if that streamlines things.
That's to me. Someone want to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we vote on the grant section for each sector.
I second that motion.
June, you want to call the vote? Thank you. Or
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, and then you need to debate on that or none, so we'll go for
sorry.
voting. Okay, so are all 11 members present in favor of the motion? Is there any objection from the members? So the motion has passed. No objection, so the motion has passed, okay?
All right. We had voted previously to accept the fiber section. That still stands, correct? Because we amended the voting, or do we need to revote with that?
Yeah, I think you would re-vote on that just to be safe because it wasn't clear.
Yeah, thanks, Sandra. It is confusing. Representative, I think, of this industry so far. So does someone want to make a motion to revote on the building and fibers sector that already passed, and the with the understanding that we're removing the grants as written and replacing it with the recommendation that we just voted affirmatively on?
I'd like to bring that motion as you just described.
I second that.
Yes, so if there's no more debate, we can vote. So we still have 11, 10. So all members, forgot what I didn't say. Okay, for this motion, any objection from the members? So if there's no objections, the motion has passed. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so fiber and building are done. Let's go back and redo the vote on feed and grain. So that got passed, but since we've removed any grants from that section, we need to reaffirm that the task force is in support of that section. Could someone make a motion again so we can re-vote on that one with the RFPs removed and the recommendation regarding funding we just accepted to be inserted in place?
I would like to bring that motion as Gail just described it.
Second that.
Okay. So it has been moved and seconded, then I've no debate, so we can vote. Again, are all members present in favor of the motion that has been described? If there is no objection. So I hear no objection, so the motion has passed. Thank you.
Okay, let's go over the fuel and biomass section before. We had a lot of discussion on it previously. All the changes have been made to it. We'll review it quickly and then we'll take a vote on it with the understanding that we'll be stripping out the grant sections from that. So let me find that real quickly.
Really quick, Gail, right where your cursor was on the last document, I think it inadvertently inserted a 3. It was, yeah, right A.3. I don't think that was supposed to be there. I just saw it pop up. It's right before offer.
It's actually it was, there were 3.
Oh, it is. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Inserted. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Brittany. I just close that down.
You
And
keep keeping an eye on it for us, Brittany.
appreciate that. I don't know what.
Also,
Go ahead.
sorry. I just wanted to point out, the IT in me is noticing that your battery level is very low on your laptop and you might want to plug it in before.
Thanks. Yeah, and this share screen, I don't see all the messages popping up. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Thanks, you guys. Super important. We got to get this done. Can't lose Gail.
Yeah, thank you guys. Okay. Gonna go back to the fuel and biomass sector. It was sent out earlier this week and we went over it in detail, making corrections at that time, giving some background on what the currently is happening in the
I see
industry.
there's companies that are mentioned here.
It's tough to do because this is such a specific thing. We could just say I guess a Maui-based company. Okay. Well, before I do that, is there any discussion? Does everyone want this? Oh, shit. Sorry about that. Does everyone want to make those changes? Is there agreement that we need to strip out the company names or leave them as is?
I think because we need everyone to be in agreement that it just unfortunately has to be done, even though it is tedious. So if that's important to Robert, then I think it's the only way we can pass it.
All right. All right. Maui-based. So we're going to go through this together. And I'm going to pull out the names. Recently, I'm going to change this to this company.
They don't really want grants or really need grants, so.
I just hate repetition.
Is it possible to bring a motion that in the event that Gail is doing a final proofread through this document and notices any specific businesses' names were not taken out, that we give her the authority to make that specific correction upon final proofreading?
Second that.
Do we want to do that? There was a second, so there's a, Andrew, can we vote on it that way?
I'm sorry, what was the question? I just came back.
No worry, it's been long. Hopefully you got to stretch your legs and got some water. So go ahead, Brittany, ask your question.
So I was wondering if I could make a motion to specifically authorize Gail upon her final proofreading of this document, that if any specific business names were not already redacted, that she has the authority to redact that as part of her final proofreading. And if we do have the authority to do that, Robert has seconded that motion.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that you definitely can do, I guess. You got, I mean, really, you can vote on anything. But just know that, you know, the more these kind of things stack up, the more wiggle room the final report is going to have, the more the final report possibly might change. So everyone that's voting needs to fully understand what we're voting on.
Okay, so I'm almost done taking the company names out of here.
So I still feel perfectly fine giving Gail the authority to ultimately just do a final proofread and redact any business names that were inadvertently left in there, as that's kind of like the agreed upon direction that we're heading. So
That's the motion. I second that.
I just don't
What's
know.
the motion exactly? Yeah, I think there's a lot of power being given to the chair. I don't know what you can change and what can be added.
I would rather
Okay,
not
so-
have to come back and
Yeah,
fight
if
for
it's
the task force. So we're almost done with this section. Let me just pull out these names.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary, and I'm trying to read along with you to make sure you don't miss any. And so,
okay, so as long as it's not a deal breaker for anybody, that just in the event there's something that's overlooked, that it can't be removed later. I don't have strong feelings on it one way or another because Gail's doing it now, but I do know sometimes one or two things can get missed, and then later on you go, oh, there's still this name in here, but now it's stuck.
Yeah.
so is it just on the removal of names?
Yes.
Is that?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that if it's just removal of names. Yeah.
Okay, that's it. And then we're going to be striking and replacing.
I couldn't read that quick.
Okay. So let's see. I think I got all the names out of here. Just replaced it to Oahu and Maui company, so to speak. We'd already reviewed all these recommendations and everything before. The only other thing that needs to happen is that we strike these grants, and they will be replaced with the previously adopted phrase. I think we're close enough to voting on this, unless maybe I should you know what, I'm going to write the phrase so there's no ambiguity.
Let's do it now and delete everything. That's the best practice. The best,
Yeah.
as much you can do right now is the best.
Yeah, and then everyone else has to suffer in the pain of just, no, I'm teasing.
So can anybody clarify from IT, are we going to have any like hard shutdown time? Do we have a little bit of flexibility today, or is there anybody that is using the room behind us, and that we actually have to have a hard deadline.
We had it scheduled to end at 2. I mean, we don't have something forcing us, but also we would like, to keep this as concise as possible.
How do you spell incentivize? Never mind. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Gail,
Yes.
are we okay until 3 o'clock?
Am I okay? Or just the test?
We're just letting you know that some are asking if we can finish by 3.
Oh God, I hope so. Yeah, I'm gonna say yes, because I think we're over the big hurdles. Where are we? Okay, is that okay? This is essentially the language we adopted before. I just want to make sure we're okay on that.
And then it says the task force be convened. I think it's convened, just a little typo.
Okay. So you know what? Instead of we'll just get rid of all this crap right here now, right? Oops. A little bit awkward in terms of the other recommendations, but it's what we agreed on. All right, are we good with this? Do we need to take a vote on it? This is the final biomass fuel.
Where it says a task force, maybe should say the task force.
Well, our task force dissolves today at 5. So there's no.
Because we're putting a lot of our grants, pretty much all of our grants, to what could be a completely different, it might not even be possible to create task force.
Well, that's the whole balance we were trying to strike, right? I mean, I completely agree with you. There's when we offer specific recommendations and we've identified who should do it with what amount, more likely to happen. But you have to balance that against all the other considerations that led to the vote that we had.
That's our problem. We're saying that a task force, be convened, but
that a task force representative of the industry. We're gonna have to re-vote on the. We're gonna have to re-vote, and which is fine. But we're gonna have to re-vote on all the other sectors if we change this wording.
I think it would be easier if this task force is reconvened, because this task force is already set up. If the legislature has to set up a new task force, I don't think it would happen. Because it was hard to get this task force set up, as you know.
Okay, any discussion on that? What we're talking about doing now is changing the wording to the recommendation that was already adopted to ensure, because your concern, Robert, if I hear you correctly, is that without the specificity you're asking for now, we may not, the industry may not get, it may be left up to people who may make decisions that are not necessarily helpful to the, or
Exactly. Exactly. As we've seen here, you've been an amazing chair, and this input is invaluable. And this task force is already set up, so I would imagine it's easier to reconvene this current task force than to leave it in a more general task force term.
Brittany, what, you have your hand up? I can see a hand now.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Robert. I think that this is a really crucial detail. So whether we specify who should be in the task force to make sure that it is representative of the hemp industry and particularly the sector that's being considered, or just, state that this task force be reconvened specifically for coming up with recommendations for these incentives. But it seems like even if we say a new task force that has all sectors represented from each of the islands, the chances are that we're going to all be reached out to again. So we might as well just say reconvene this task force.
The reason why I don't want to do that is because it just is too, to me, it's too specific. I think it's in the public's best interest. I just don't, in a public platform and forum like this, I feel like that we can't continue to renominate ourselves. That it needs to be, I mean, that's my own personal preference. Oh, Michaela, your hand's up too. Go ahead.
Yeah, I thought this task force dissolves at the end of today at 5, and then it's gone. And then and this task force was part of is part of that bill, right? So I think if you use the word task force, are we asking the state to pass another bill to create a task force?
I know that's why I'm like, that was the balance that we were trying to strike between not having to continually kick the can down the road. And that strategy was providing specific RFPs for funding in this report. But there was enough objection about that we decided to change it to, we're gonna leave the specificity and the amounts and how to best do this up to a future group. And now we're discussing, does that future group need to be clarified?
I think we need input from the, from you guys in the Department of Health over there. Are we, is it even feasible that we can say we want to reinstate this task force? I don't think so. So it's not our choice to make, is it?
Sure, we can recommend anything we want, but I think it's good to
It's up to you guys what recommendation you want to make. But yeah, I mean, if you are signing up to reconvene this particular task force specifically, I mean, what does that mean? Does that mean all the members here? Does that mean what was outlined in 263? So I think to keep it easiest, you would just say what you're saying now, task force representative of all sectors, or poach the language from 263, task force hemp producers from each island proportionate to the total number, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, I like either the original language that Andrew just mentioned, or because all too well, and Michele just mentioned, it took a whole bill to get a task force. Maybe we could address Kelly's concern that the grants they weren't grants, they were called RFPs for first. They were very per topic. It was, like she said, only 2 RFPs, phase 1. Just go with, if this task force is unable to be convened, we recommend at least 10 $500,000 grants to be offered to establish hemp farmers or people that have shown interest in the hemp industry or something like that. Because that
You
would
guys have already taken a vote on this, and if you're changing this language, you might want to change the language from
on everything.
the other one. So just make sure that this is the last time, just because you're running out of time.
I hear you 100%. And I am personally opposed to saying that we reconvene this task force again, because I think that's too self-serving. Because this task force will be talking about money in the future again, and I just don't believe that. Oh,
I
sorry.
just fear what we've seen when people that are well-meaning but not as experienced with the hemp industry.
I know,
But
and we have to take a
maybe we
gamble.
just take this task force information out and we just kind of agree, as I think that gets down to Kelly just didn't like, which I didn't like too. It was only two people in the RFP language versus a small grant. And the state's already really familiar with doing these kinds of small, just generally uplifting your industry kind of grants.
Brittany, and then we got to make a decision because we got tables and tables to go through, and I'm not even gonna have time to do the edits before 5 p.m. if we can't wrap this up quickly. Not to say this isn't all really important discussion. It is, Robert. It's super duper is, but we don't want to cut off our nose to spite our face, meaning not make, we're kind of Cinderella and midnight is approaching.
Yeah. I totally agree with, the concerns you brought up, Gail, and making sure that, we're not overstepping by saying reinstate this particular task force. I also want to make sure that if there is a task force, that it be representative of the hemp industry. So I like the idea of possibly poaching language from the other bill, but ultimately, if we can have the caveat of if this task force is not possible, that we basically default to the previous recommendations, just using more open language to address some of Kelly's concerns with regard to changing RFP to grant, and then maybe leaving specific dollar amounts out and just say, either millions of dollars or financial support, however we can communicate that. But obviously, we specifically made a motion to amend the grant section of each section. So I don't know if we can agree that the sections that have already been passed stay as they are, with the exception of the change to the grant portion again, if we do decide to change that.
Yeah, I like that idea because Kelly's point, if I understood it, seemed like just keep it more generalized. And that's something that the county and state, if it's just worded to uplift all hemp sectors.
Robert, sorry, I
Mhm.
didn't interrupt you. Go ahead, sorry.
I was just saying, if it's just more people like change the word RFP to grant, more simplified to anything that'll uplift the hemp market, I guess, the hemp farmers, I guess, and to keep it more of a general grant and a smaller grant, because she was one of the two, obviously, that would have benefited from a large grant, and she was kind of not in favor of a grant. So it kind of shows that it's the smaller farmers that really need the grants, and $500,000 can change a lot of farms.
I think she was saying she didn't want she didn't like the idea of being restricted and specific to people, but I also heard really clearly there has to be a balance among sectors. So it can't just be 10 grants lent at $500,000.
I agree with the balance of sectors. I think that should be included, that these 10 grants
previous language. So what's on the table, and I'm just trying to rush us through, guys, like 15 minutes to go through 6 tables at least. Are we going to change this? The concern is without specificity, someone's going to be deciding things for the hemp industry that may not understand what's best for the hemp industry. We've all experienced that. I understand that concern. So I guess we just need to, let's see. I'm not going to put this grant thing in there. What we're talking about adding is this language here to make sure it's not, you know, someone in a closet in Maine making decisions about what should be funded for the Hawaii hemp industry. Does someone want to make a motion to vote on that and then change it in all the sectors? Otherwise, we're moving forward.
Can we modify the language just slightly to say, oh wait, proportionally by island by the number of, okay, sorry, I misread it. Let's see. Okay, I will go ahead and bring the motion to, I guess, amend. Well, is there any more discussion that we need to have on this?
I think the problem with this is we know how hard it was just to get this task force, so it's not really, they probably won't get a task force.
Okay, so we can, there's so many without specificity.
Financial
Why don't you just give
support.
them the power then? Why don't you just give them the power to divide it up? But they might not divide it up and give it to cannabinoids if you leave it up to the legislators to do it.
Yeah, there's so many concerns, and that's why we got very specific on the RFPs. And I mean, I write grants professionally, and in my mind, RFP is interchangeable for grant, especially when it said grant in each paragraph. So I'm not really sure where the discomfort came with RFP, but that's probably because I wasn't understanding the intent.
It was, I think her discomfort and my discomfort and a lot is, it was very much specific that it's going to be 2 for this section.
So it was the specificity around numbers.
The state really is very familiar with a general statement that this RFP is for 10 or more, maybe 20, to uplift all sectors of hemp in Hawaii, and they can all submit their ideas, and then they look at it and they say which one. But if we emphasize all sectors and equal, I think that is the most equal way.
We're changing the motion again. You're now changing it to include grants. I'm not opposed to any of this, but I'm just trying to move this along. We've got 12 minutes.
Just 'cause I don't think the task force is going to be redone, and if it is, it's going to be the same thing as this one.
Well, there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, the legislators are going to do whatever they're going to do. They're not going to follow.
And they don't even, yeah, they don't have to listen to this report either, and they don't have to listen to the task force. Yeah, they don't. They just. This is just advisory.
Yeah, so that's all we're doing here. We're advising them. So they think they're going to give us everything we ask. They're not. I mean, we're just got to get this through and get.
We're just not asking for any grants, and that's the only thing I think that would help. We're not. I mean, we definitely asking for.
Well, we decided to take that out.
Help, but
so we decided to take specific grants out. We decided to replace it, which I was for specific grants because I think it's more actionable, but I'm going to vote with the group. We decided to take out specific grants to put it in favor of this general statement. We need to make a decision, and I'm gonna ask someone to please make a motion to either move forward or adopt this language of Robert's, which is fine, Robert, and please don't take my like soldier voice in any way personally. I'm just really afraid we're running out of time, and I'm not going to be able to get this.
Exactly, I agree that we're running out of time, and my whole thing is if there's no grant requests in this whole task force, this I'm against this task force because it's just it's not feasible. It was so hard. You had to pass the whole bill to get this first.
I would like to bring a motion, excuse me, Robert. I would like to bring a motion to vote on the language here this is the grain and the fiber sector, or is this right?
this applies to all,
Okay.
this phrase would apply to all
Yes.
sectors.
Oh, well, it's changing right now.
Yeah, because I'm trying to capture what he was saying, because the only reason we're debating this is
Yeah.
because there's concern that there will be no opportunity for grant funding.
Right. Yeah, that's not what Kelly was speaking to. That's not what we voted on in the previous sectors. And so I don't know what to say about these this language, but I was willing to make a motion to support the language as it was, because it was in line with the wording that Kelly provided and was agreed upon and we were working with as we took the last few votes.
Yeah, I'm good with Kelly's language.
Yep. Kelly's language without the specifics of grants.
Okay. And Kelly's language did not include representative. Did not include that.
I would ask that we'd add that. I don't know if Kelly would oppose that, but I do think it's important that the sectors looking to inform the grants should be representative in the task force. I think that's important to have there.
Most positive this task force will never be created, but if we had grant recommendation, we might get something.
I hear you, Robert. That was my concern in not having specificity in this report, and that's why we did stayed up really late doing tons of tables.
Just the general grants would be way more helpful than a task force that's most likely not going to be created. So I'd vote against the task force.
Okay, so is there a motion on the table?
I would bring the motion to vote on this language to be included in this sector and every sector in replacement of the specific grant language. This was agreed upon by Kelly and Gail and other members of the task force at the time. We voted on it a couple times. I ask that we vote on this now.
We have to have unanimous, Robert. Are you going to vote for or against this?
I would vote against it unless it included the language that if this task force is not convened, we get the $500,000 general grants to uplift all sectors of the hemp industry.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
You
hey.
son of a bitch.
Greg, can you mute your mic,
Sorry.
please?
Sorry. I just can't believe that after all this.
That's okay. Let's
that
just mute.
getting the wording that he wants, and he's
Wait,
going to take us all down. I mean, what the hell?
Okay, it's enough. Thank you, Greg. I mean, we're all, let's all just recognize that we're all here with the best of intentions, that all this speak from really profound experience, personal loss experience. So it's really understandable that we'd be frustrated, but I really need to get a report in by 5 p.m. So if this report's going to be blocked by that, then I'm going to suggest alternative language. Go ahead, Brittany.
Just to throw out a suggestion of how we can meet each other in the middle to move this forward. Would it be agreeable, Robert, to keep the language as it is and then to add an addition that says if this task force cannot be convened, and then copy and paste the previous language for the grants, changing RFP to grant and removing specific dollar amounts. So it would be actionable, broad, and also address how we could still benefit even if they don't convene the task force.
Yeah, that's my major point about this is there's two things that this task force can hopefully accomplish is getting rid of the regulatory burdens, but helping the farmers, we really need actionable grants, and the DOA gives those all the time, but just having another task force is a really less likely thing to happen. But if
Okay,
it's not going forward, if we get general grants, but keeping it just general, that's the whole thing.
If the task force cannot be reconvened, then grants identified, are we talking about, I'm so sorry. I may have misunderstood what you're just saying, Brittany and Robert. Are we talking about leaving in the specific grants that we have in there, or just the word grant in
Kelly
general?
was against the specificity, and that's the thing, and it's
He was
way
against
easier.
specific numbers. So you guys were saying pull out amounts and numbers of
Right,
a grant.
that's what Kelly had recommended. I thought that was the best idea. Total up all the grants in this and then equally among more people, because having it each one, this is only 2 people. That was way too specific, but the dollar amounts, some kind of grants are really important.
And then I think rather than saying if this task force cannot be reconvened, to use language, if such task force cannot be formed, as opposed to us being reconvened. I thought that was something that you had. So it's basically because we're saying the task force recommends another task force representative of all sectors. So if that new task force cannot be formed, then the grants identified in each section, if that makes sense, as opposed to saying that this specific one is going to be reconvened.
I think each section was the problem, that it was too specific, and the state is really, really used to just giving out general grants to help uplift the hemp. They do it all the time for all the other sections.
Robert, I hear you. I really prefer those general grants because, like I said, I write grants professionally for people, but very few grants are like that. They're just wide open.
But the state does that all the time. I just applied for one. The state is really used to it. If it's just to uplift all sectors of the hemp industry, it can be a really simple 1-sentence grant.
This has got to get solved here in the next 5 minutes. Let's see. The Hemp Task Force recommends that the state, we're rewriting a phrase to put in all sections in the general sections. And now we're talking about leaving the grants in there, even though we talked about pulling them out. I need someone to clarify what is on the table for me, and then we're voting on it.
Okay, I think that it's essentially leaving the grants in with more broad language is the safety net for if this suggested new hemp task force does not happen, that we still can move forward with funding, but in a more broad manner.
Okay, so remove the dollar and number of grants to be let per section. And the language we're talking about adopting in all sections is right here. I'm getting back down in the weeds again, but we need to move forward. Is this agreeable to everyone?
There
If it's
should
not
be some
agreeable,
kind of
then someone-
request for a grant in here if the task force isn't convened.
Say that
I
again, Robert.
personally don't think it's important to ask for grants specifically. Again, the legislator would determine this on their own. This isn't the law. I mean, we just need to make a recommendation that we can agree upon and submit it. And I think we all agree, I think, that grants could be made, but that there isn't knowledge sufficient now to make these grants. And so we can ask for a task force. We may or may not get it. It really probably doesn't matter.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
say
It
there's-
probably we won't get it, so that's why I'm asking just general uplift the whole sector, at least 10. So it's multiple grants. That was Kelly's objection. Use only 2 grants, more grants, and it's really simple. I mean, DOA does this all the time.
Yeah, Robert, but
don't ask for a
$500,000
limit.
grants are very rare and unusual and will require a whole lot more than a typical
Yes.
I
ag grant.
just applied for one
And
where they
it's a
had
lot of money.
17
And yes, we'd love,
$100,000
everybody
grants.
wants a grant, but reality
Exactly.
is,
You don't ask
you know,
for it, you won't get it. So you should ask
no,
for
we
it.
may get it, again, but you're asking for taxpayer money here.
And the task players have been very clear that they want to support agriculture. This is a new industry that can support agriculture. I just applied for a grant at 17 $100,000 grants.
Grants are
and
great.
multiple $500,000 grants. It's something that I know the DOA is very used to and very capable of. It's very easy, but if we don't ask for it, we won't get it.
I think there's asks for it. It says the hemp task force recommends the state incentivize all sectors. That's an ask.
Yeah.
Well, I also don't mind getting specific because we won't, like Robert said, we won't get it without specificity, but let's put okay, the vote on the floor, or propose we replace all language in all sections by removing dollar and number of grants per section, and that this statement right here be put in each section. I'd like to call someone to call for a vote.
I'll bring this motion forward as Gail just explained it.
I was just kind of trying to explain your motion, so you might want to restate it if I didn't get it actually.
Okay, so I make a motion to use the language that the hemp task force recommends the state incentivize all sectors of the hemp industry, ensuring that all sectors are offered the supporting consideration, and that a group representative of all sectors in the hemp industry representative proportionally by island by the number of USDA hemp licenses be convened to meet and determine the best methods to support each sector. If this group cannot be convened, that grants which are identified in each section be issued by the Department of Agriculture, and that we will defer to the specific outline that we previously used, other than amending it to remove dollar amounts, use the language grant as opposed to RFP, and not to limit the number of those grants.
Second that motion, Mahalo.
Let's call a vote.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded, and if there's no debate on the motion, so we can proceed to voting. So are there any objections on that motion?
Yeah, I object.
So we only have 10, so we cannot pass the motion. The motion has not passed.
This is getting down to like, from my perspective, really understandable differences of views on public funding of agriculture or not. And I don't know that can be resolved here, but we have to resolve something or we're not going to get a report in. It is 3:03, and I know I have at least 2 hours worth of edits to do.
So what we were talking about with Kelly was to remove all of the language related to the grants in these sections. That's what we voted on in the previous sections. That's what I would be happy to continue to vote yay on.
Yeah, if that was the vote for all section, that vote should stand.
Yeah, you do have a vote already to do that. So that the vote you
Yeah.
just took that failed was a vote to amend that. So right now on the table is still to keep the original grant language without the changes you're suggested there in every section, but you still have to approve several sections, but you also already approved at least one section. So there's one section right now that has that language in there. You should put the original language into this section and either amend it or vote on this section. I don't know if that fails, then remove that, but you at least have the first section with the grant language. But right now, as it stands, you voted on two things, as I remember. The one is the food and fiber section. You approved the food and fiber section as it is, you approved the summary as it is, and you approved to put this grant stuff in the original grant language in every section.
And we approved the feed and grain section.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So 3 sections have been approved. We approved to put this wording minus the red in every section, and we are stonewalled. The concern that's stonewalling us is the use of private funds for grants. And then the other concern on the other side of that is if we don't put something in about grants, we probably will get nothing. And I think that's an issue because agriculture is dying on the vine here in Hawaii. And people support it verbally, but obviously those of us that are in the day-to-day grind for decades know how difficult it is. And the latest USDA census showed that we lost 700 farmers in the last 5 years. So, and it's primarily due to economic reasons. We have the highest cost of production in the state. So
due to regulations, probably.
no, it's multiple things. It's shipping, it's cost of labor, it's
Those
the
are
cost.
regulations.
Yeah, it's many things, and regulations will allow us to compete a little bit better, but it's really hard to compete against tomatoes that are shipped in completely subsidized by the Netherlands. So there are multiple factors here. I think it's I'm just speaking as an opinion. Sorry, it's getting so loud here. I think it's naive to think that agriculture can continue to thrive or exist or even move forward in Hawaii without public funding. That's my own personal opinion, because almost every farmer I know is in the red. So
I'm all for public funding and supporting agriculture too. But you know, listing $500,000 grants, that goes beyond the pale.
I don't have to be that
In my
specific.
opinion,
I just want to ask for
this
grants.
task force should recommend.
I don't have to be that specific if that holds us up. I'm just asking that we need grants because as a generational farm, I know we need grants.
is it okay, Rusty, if we remove the dollar and number amounts on the grants, that there's no dollar amount referring to any grant in here?
Okay, but now we have to go back and do all of this for every section. That's strange.
Well, I think we can vote that I can strip that out. That's not difficult to do. I can just strip out because the recommendation here is this recommendation will be put into every section. And then it says if this group cannot be convened, then the grants that are identified in each section.
Right. So we won't be properly identifying the grants because we'll have stripped all the meaningful information away from them anyway. So
We can just ask for a general grant to
grant.
uplift the hemp sectors.
Oh, regulations are mostly stifling us now, you know, I mean, investment could flow, business could be had, but regulations stand in the way mostly by the Department of Health.
Well, that's for that sector, Rusty. I think if you looked at many of the other sectors, and maybe you have as well.
Yes, you're right about the difference of opinion, whether public funds should be used to fund an unsustainable sector or not. Yes.
And then that again comes down to value statements about like, do we want to import food or provide a way to somehow change that? So it's a very long and complicated conversation, and a lot of people have gotten their PhDs in Hawaii trying to crack the nut.
And the CB sectors are also benefiting from these grants. Theoretically, like you said, they probably won't give us the grants, but we might as well ask. I don't have a problem with not asking for a specific number if that'll move things along.
Brittany, go ahead, and then I'm gonna give us till I've got work. Go ahead, Brittany.
Okay, so it's my understanding that Robert would like to have language included, like as a safety net, that if the task force doesn't be convened, that some sort of grants will happen. And it's my understanding that Rusty is okay with the hemp task force recommending incentives, but not to include the safety net of specific grants. So if I'm understanding that clearly, it seems
correct.
that we're at an impasse. So I'm wondering if either
I think
Robert
we're in
or
agreement because I don't want specific grants either. I just would like to ask the legislature if they have the funding to consider a grant to uplift all sectors of the hemp industry. I don't require specific funding or specific amounts.
Okay, so do we feel like we found middle ground where everybody has their needs met and we can move forward and be
If
in
this group
agreement?
cannot be convened, then
And if it would help with Rusty, I would even agree that really if there is, I'm trying to all sector to be, because all sectors are benefited by the CB sector, but really the CB, it needs a lot of funding too. It's
Yeah,
expensive.
I am 100% support all sectors of hemp. It's not a matter of sector to me. It's just a matter of allocating resources specifically in this report, you know, to that just doesn't make sense now to me at this juncture.
I agree with not having specific requests as was in the report. I would just like to ask for a general request from the legislature to fund us with grants if it's possible.
yeah, I honestly think specific is better. That's my, but I'm going with what you guys say. I don't.
We're not writing law. This is just a
Yeah, Rusty, but what they do is, I mean, my experience in having done tons of these types of plans for municipalities before, when you don't have specificity tied to a certain person with a certain amount, it's really rare that it gets done. But at least we're leaving the door open for this to happen. If this group cannot be convened, then the grants available to all sectors be made available. And grants for all sectors being made available through a competitive process, something like that, granting process, since we don't like RFP. I don't like granting double.
Yeah, well, I mean, Kelly was really keen to emphasize that support could come in forms other than grants. You know, and that every sector may have different particular needs. I think that, I mean, this is what I was agreeing upon when we voted on these other previous terms. I think that it's general, yes, which makes it agreeable. And we're not writing laws.
Okay.
The second last word of that, I think, is supposed to be competitive. I
yeah.
believe. And then also I wanted to say, is there a way, I think, to support the chair, Gail, that this could end at 3:20 so that she has time to edit this and get this in?
Are we in agreement? So 2 questions here. Are we in agreement on this language?
I agree.
Okay, June, can you call a vote just so it's on the record? See if anyone's
Yeah.
opposed to this language.
So the motion has been moved and seconded. If no debate, we can go proceed to voting. Are there any objections on this motion?
One thing that I just wanted to mention briefly is I thought that, you know, Kelly had brought up not wanting to create competition amongst companies. So I'm not sure if, you know, that when we use competitive.
It's too bad Kelly's not here because I've heard us all interpret what she had to say. And I have to say, when I hear the interpretations back, I interpreted it differently.
Okay.
I don't
and then
know. I speak for Kelly, Brittany. I really can't. That's just that's human. That's what happens in these meetings.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was just one comment I wanted to make is the language competitive process. I know that she specifically said she was trying to limit competitiveness between businesses and to try to bring up the industry as a whole without, you know, like the kind of
it's
getting
not
like
law. We just need to pass this. It's not law.
Okay. And then the other thing is just emphasizing the grants and other forms of support to support local, you know, local farming businesses. Yeah.
That.
You gotta pass this.
Support what, Brittany? We gotta get this done. Our way to support what?
Local businesses, you know, Hawaii businesses.
Yeah, I liked a lot of the criteria we had. I mean, I'm kind of tired of, well, that's more editorializing. Okay. The Hemp Task Force. recommends the state incentivize all sectors of the hemp industry, ensuring that all sectors are offered supporting consideration and that a group representative of all sectors in the hemp industry represented proportionally by island by the number of USDA hemp licenses be convened to meet and determine the best methods to support each sector. If this group cannot be convened, then grants and other forms of support for all sectors be made available through a competitive process that are weighted to support local. Brittany, I love collaborative competition, you know, where we're pushing each other to be our best, but we're also giving each other a hand up. So to me, when I hear competitive, and this is just my own personal interpretation, it doesn't mean elbow someone down. Is there another, if you don't like that word, is there another word for saying, because it can't just be given out willy-nilly, right? I was just trying to think of a.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with leaving that language in. I was just trying to bring up the specific comment that Kelly made earlier. And so I see how there is different ways to interpret competitive. So I'm fine with leaving it that way.
Transparent be a good word to use there? Transparent process, because it did seem to be a concern for Kelly that you know, that may not be happening in full transparency.
Yeah, competitive and transparent process. Yeah, transparency usually includes criteria, ability to review, get comments back, all that kind of stuff. And the state has done that, and certainly other agencies have. Okay, are we done? So we need to accept
Should
this.
it be Hawaii business or Hawaii companies?
Thank you. Support local.
Yeah, because what is a Hawaii business?
Yeah, farmers and
Hawaii based company?
Okay. Can I get a motion to accept this? And then that motion should include also that this phrase will be reinserted into the sectors that were sector sections that were already approved.
Yes,
I'd like to bring this motion that Gail just described.
Second.
Any discussion? Any further?
Okay.
discussion? Go ahead, Gene.
Motion screen has been moved and seconded. Are there any objections on that motion? Tayo, if there is no objection, so the motion has passed.
Thank you, everyone. It's all really important discussion. Okay. We need to move on to the research section of.
Gail, I think you need to finalize and have a vote on this whole section. That was just to change that one part.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to vote on the whole section, including these changes to the last paragraph related to grants.
Okay.
Okay,
Sorry. Go ahead.
the motion has been moved and seconded. Are there any objections on this motion? So if there's no objection, the motion has passed.
Okay, so Andrew, just to be clear then, as I understand it, the summary fiber and feed sections have all been accepted with the provision that we put this phrase that we just accepted into them. Is that correct?
I think that's right.
Okay.
Was the feed section?
It was, we went over it line by line, and actually that is what kind of stirred some of this conversation.
Yeah, if that's June, is that right?
Did we just pass it? That's it.
That be adopted in every.
Greg, I'm sorry, can you mute yourself again?
Yes, yes.
Unless you know.
Are we
Could you clarify it again, Gail?
Oh, yeah, thank you, June. I was just to clarify that we have voted to amend the feed, fiber, and summary sections with that phrase. And we're ready to move on to other sections. I mean, with that phrase and deletion of the grants.
Gail, you could just move to just confirm that. Just it'll be a lot faster than us trying to figure out whether it was
Okay,
adopted.
I move for everyone to confirm that, please. Thank you. Someone second that?
I second that.
June, can you take the roll?
That's been moved. The motion has been moved and seconded. So if there are no objections, no objections from the members, the motion has passed.
Thank you. Just looking for the next document. Okay, classification of hemp and cultivar, why specific research names needs, we've already gone over this in detail. There are no company names in here from what I recall. Excuse me, there are just grants in here. So we are going to, oh my God, I forgot what we even agreed to. Are we stripping out the amounts? Or
I believe the motion previously was to remove all of the grant language completely, replace it with that in every section.
all right, so these will be deleted. Okay, can I get a motion to accept this report with the amended recommendations?
Yes, I make a motion to accept this report, with the amended recommendations.
I second that.
The motion has been moved and seconded. So if there's no debate on that, then are all in favor? Are there any objections on the motion? If there's no objections, so the motion has passed. Thank you.
Guys, we'll just delete this, open up the next file.
I agreed when you mentioned the criteria. I also like that criteria.
Oh. Yeah, I like specificity, man. It's the only way things get done, but we voted to pull it all out, so. Okay, we're on cannabinoids. We have talked at length. Oops, wrong table. Sorry, hold on one second. Oh, crap.
Gail, is that the last section that we are voting?
Oh, we have to vote on cannabinoids. Sorry, it's taking a moment for me to get the right file up because there are so many files and revisions. So I appreciate your patience. Hopefully this is the right file. Okay, we've gone over this cannabinoid section. I see there are numbers that need to be changed. And this number is not consistent with the. We've talked at length about regulatory flux, not wanting to be under cannabis, buffer restriction problems. We've talked about all these problems. They're all documented in here. We already went over this conclusion before. We can add Rusty. I'll go back and grab that language about national market. If you give me one moment, I'm sure you want that in here from the summary, correct?
I believe that's important to, yeah, always consider that with cannabinoid markets.
Yeah. Hold on one second. Let me be a minute before I go back in.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's national and international.
So I just got to find a way to move this sentence in there. My brain is, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna grab all that language from the, we're just gonna repeat it just because it's easiest, and I hate repeating in a document, but we're gonna do that because in the interest of time, because we already agreed on all this. So I'm saying delete all this and add this phrase that we already, or this paragraph that we already agreed to in the summary. So what's going in the yellow is going to be deleted. This was just added, so I can take that out of there. Is that all right? This is pulled from the summary and we already voted on it. This is in the conclusion, so we're changing the conclusions in the cannabinoid section to match the summary. If I don't hear any objections, I'm moving on. Recommendations have been out there for a number of days. The only thing I think we need to go and change are grants. So we will be deleting these. Offsetting shipping costs. Goodbye marketing funds. Honestly,
Can
I
we
don't know.
vote on all the recommendations?
We already voted to strip grants out of all the.
Yeah, the grants, but I mean the other ones, like the permit application fee and the commingling of cannabis.
Yeah, what, if you don't mind, let me go through and go on, just pull out the stuff we already agreed to, and then we can go back and do that. Would that be okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, thank you. So,
What about the tax? There's also the tax one, the tax incentive one. We're okay with that?
I'm okay with it.
The tax credits, yeah, there it is.
I would hope that we could leave something in here, but that's just personal opinion. All right. So we've crossed out all the grant stuff. We would be adding in its place. Where's the first grant one? Oh, I got it.
While you're working on that, I have a question for Andrew. Andrew, some of these recommendations are asking the DOH to do something. Does the task force have that power and ability to provide these recommendations to the legislature?
These recommendations are for the legislature, so
Yeah, not for
you're going to give the
yeah.
report to the legislature. I mean, you can recommend anything and suggest anything. The legislature might choose to put that into a bill or something making DOH. So, I mean, it's up to you guys what you want to do. Or DOH, might read the recommendations too, but your recommendations are made to the legislature.
Because there was I remember the recommendation for the AG's office to issue statements. The task force, you can take that under consideration, but the AG doesn't have to do anything, right?
That's right. I mean, no one has to do anything about
right.
These are all
yeah.
Just like, what you would like to see.
And honestly, if we don't put some specificity in here, ask someone to do some of these actions, they won't get done. I mean, it's just the way it is, the nature of planning reports. So just sharing my 2 cents. Okay, so we put the paragraph in that we all agreed to with regard to funding. We're gonna drop grants, leaving, well, we haven't voted on tax credit. Shall we go? I would move to accept all these recommendations since we've had chances to look at them. If not, then we need to go line by line, and we're running out of time, honestly. It's
I
3:30.
second that.
There's no motion.
Was there a motion?
There's no motion yet.
There's Robert made a motion to accept the recommendations.
I wasn't around for the vote on the hemp exclusion from rec and medical. I don't agree with that recommendation in that I think that we should specifically set out where hemp should be regulated by which department. And if we agree, then it should be Department of Ag, or if not, then it could be some other department. But I think that it's not, it's kind of, yeah, not clear. It's like, it's your problem. We don't want to be regulated by anybody.
No, we are regulated. What we decided we should do, which I hadn't had time to do, was to do a schematic, because we're regulated by DOH and we're regulated by DOA. What we're asking to be is not move from that. We are very
to continue to be regulated.
Yeah, to continue to be regulated. So maybe the wording needs to be better,
Yeah,
right? You should what you want,
because it sounds like you're like, I don't want to be regulated. That's what it sounded like. That's what I'm saying.
Really, we're regulated by the USDA.
That's true. Yeah, all of them. Yeah.
Or yeah, if you say like just to be regulated by the current bodies that regulate the industry, including the USDA, Department of Agriculture, Hawaii State Department of Health.
Yeah,
that's fine.
And I think some of the discussion was about being under the Office of Medical Cannabis Control versus hemp only.
I did change that. I don't remember. Oh, because I actually Greg Edwards was very kind to be on email DOH last night, actually, to clarify a few things. And now I can't find the invitation.
Yeah, those changes aren't there.
Yeah. Oh boy. Hold on one second. Maybe I grabbed the wrong version here.
While Gail's looking for that, can anybody verify? Did we already do food and animal feed?
Right here. It's the first recommendation. Move processing, manufacturing of hemp for cannabinoids to an independent hemp program titled the Hemp Program Office Hemp or something similar. DOH should move personnel currently assigned under the Office of Medical Cannabis to this new hemp program. Should remain independent and separate regulatory work from marijuana. And Greg did confirm that that's an administrative decision on where hemp is placed, so it doesn't require legislation. So you're right. Thanks, Ty, that this was something that was added whenever we last discussed cannabinoids.
Are we still using the language marijuana in the
supposed to use cannabis? That was my recommendation in my email. You should change all marijuana to cannabis.
Okay, is there consensus on that?
Only federally do they refer to it as marijuana, but in the state they had it changed all over to cannabis. And that was an act, I think. That was enacted.
Yeah, I support using cannabis. That's scientific terminology. Marijuana is a derogatory slang term, so let's get it out of there.
Yeah, I agree.
Do we say high THC cannabis to differentiate, or just cannabis?
think hemp's hemp and cannabis is cannabis. That's okay. It is a big umbrella, but you're
Hemp-
talking about hemp a lot, yeah.
I'm glad it didn't change this one. All right, that one's fine. Wait a minute.
Yeah, if you say high THC and low THC cannabis, that'll just confuse the
Yeah.
legislators some more. They'll be like, what do you mean by that? Wait, let's not talk about it.
Okay. All right, so we replaced marijuana with cannabis. Are we good with this first recommendation about moving things under its own hemp group, program, office, whatever within DOH? Are we good?
Yeah, I move to support that.
All right, and then we rephrase, we want the continued regulation under our existing bodies. We've asked not to introduce any disruptive legislation and define that, because we are asking for legislative fixes. And just to clarify, like Ty said the other day, we don't want freezes, but we don't need extra taxes. We don't need any more restrictions on the products we can sell. Those types of things are defined in here. Are we okay to move on from this recommendation?
I'm in support of that recommendation.
Second.
It's fine.
This is the part where we're moving or asking for reasonable THC limits. For edibles and beverages, and this is in response to what was relayed verbally as forthcoming proposed DOH rules.
Yeah, we want to be able to sell edibles. Yeah.
Is this recommendation okay?
Yep.
It puts us more in line with other states that have legalized these products. This recommendation is key, absolutely key to leveling the playing field here, so that we can start, if folks want to, selling to residents the products that they're purchasing. What's also tied into this recommendation is the recognition that we don't want youth getting this stuff, right? So we're voluntarily saying age gating. Age gating for beverages and edibles. You can't sell kombucha that's more than 5%, otherwise you get carded. So also want to clarify that with age gating, we do not want to set up some kind of licensing requirement for businesses, because quite frankly, that's going to eliminate a lot of local marketplace for us. Those of us that do sell through our natural health food store, they don't want to bother with the extra paperwork of having to become part of a registry or retail registry, and it just feels scary and it's an extra cost. So that's one of the things we wanted to clarify. But certainly if someone is selling to a bunch of young kids, we can turn them into DOH and ask them to go after them. So this makes, I believe, the industry responsible. We're asking to be in line with other states, but we're also going, hey, man, let's be responsible and make sure our youth are not getting this. And packaging should not, for edibles, things that should not entice children or youth either. So you can still maybe have something sophisticated that looks nice, but certainly nothing youth or child oriented. Do we have agreement on these two items?
One quick question. Do we want to agree? Yeah, I see the 0.3%. Is that based on net weight, or is that on the product? Like, do we want to put ourselves in that position where, yeah, the DOH is going to fight against the net weight 0.3% THC? So, for those who know, yeah, if you have like a 10 milligram gummy, you could have something that could have a lot more THC in it than the 0.3% based on the chemical compound. It would just be kind of condensing it, or not condensing it, but I guess
Hi, does this address it?
Yeah.
We're actually limiting THC here.
50.
The
I don't know.
five
That's
per
Minnesota, right? Is that Minnesota?
Minnesota's 5 per serving and 50 per package. There were other numbers that were
Yeah,
bad.
thrown around. Okay. That's only for edibles though, because yeah, we don't want it to apply to tinctures or to
No,
other,
absolutely not. There's really no problem with that. And those tinctures should have their own little safe haven, and so should salves and lotions and things like that. So this
Okay,
this
that's
applies.
fine. Yeah. Because yeah, I think if you let it, there's going to be a lot of pushback if you're allowed to sell, like a total cannabinoid or THC of like 50 or 100 milligram, edible or something like that.
No, these are specific to try to stop some of that gaming of chemistry, but also allow folks locally to sell to what a lot of the residents want. Actually, it's funny, our small little market is primarily senior citizens who want salves, but we're just the little guys here. Is everyone okay with these two recommendations at this point?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm good.
Okay, no objections, moving on. And again, to address your thoughts or concerns, Ty, here's a call out, kind of safe harbor for externally applied products and tinctures. Is this all right? Is F
Yeah,
okay?
I see it.
Okay. All right. Moving on. Just once the DOH has revised the rules, we're asking them just to update their website, which I'm sure they would anyway. This is a request to follow up on Liam's offer that DOH proactively communicate about potential rules or legislative changes concerns before drafting them, and we're supporting new legislation, and to consult with experts, stakeholders, industry, and provide basis for some decisions. We're not asking for this to be super formal with any group. This can be just a public meeting that's held, or a Zoom meeting where anyone who wants to can come and learn about what's proposed. Following along with that is Jay asking for recommendation J, that's asking for 6 months notice with the education campaign when there's a change in rules, which is great. That's one way to ensure compliance, obviously, is education and allowing people time to comply. Is there if there's no objection, I'll move on. Or is everyone pretty much in agreement with this? This has been a point of confusion even within this group at times. The suggestion is for DOH to rename manufactured hemp product to manufactured hemp extract product or manufactured hemp cannabinoid product, just because we have many manufactured hemp products, hempcrete. You guys understand the potential confusion.
Yeah, real quick, just to assist you with that one. That's a legislative change, so that definition is there. It's in 328, so you'd have to put that. So DOH can't just do that in rules.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, and I want to thank you again for being available last night to ask some of my questions. I hear a hand popping, so
Hi, yes, that's Rusty, Come On Adventures. I have a question related to, and the health department might be able to better answer this, but harvesting hemp, can drying the crop be considered part of the harvest process and not a processing process? The drying stage of the crop, is that defined as the harvest, or is that a process? The question, but if anything else, can we make the drying a part of the harvest process?
So can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're talking about the biomass, the flower material, DOH doesn't regulate that at the farm level. It's not a manufactured hemp product. So the drying of it or whatever you want to do with it isn't regulated under 328G, the law, or the rules, 1137 interim rules. Once you want to take the biomass and make it into crude, which will still need rules for that, or take that biomass and make it into a finished manufactured hemp product, that's where we're involved. So however that plant material is received by the processor, it just has to be compliant hemp product. Compliant.
Perfect. That answers my question. Thank you.
Yeah, Rusty, if I could just clarify that a little bit though, because right now flour is not allowed to be sold on the market. So if flour were to be a manufactured hemp product that you could sell, then you folks would have to get that in legislation, or it could be considered processing.
Thank you. For clarity, it sounds to me like on a farm, the plant can be harvested and dried at that location because it's not a health department purview. And
that's right. Processing is only when you turn it into what is considered a product. So you have to look at what the products are allowed. Moving it from biomass to a product is process.
Thank you. Again, so yes, on-site harvesting activity is not considered a process.
No.
Thank you.
Thanks for the clarification, guys. We already agreed to, okay, so we're good on recommending that. We got clarification that that's a legislative, not a rulemaking fix. So we're moving on from J, assuming everyone's good with that. If not, let me know. K, we already agreed to. Regarding incentivizing, we agreed to remove grants. We're asking for the reduction of the hemp application renewal fee to $50 from $500 for 3 years. It probably sounds like not too much to some folks, but when you have organic certification or cost of labor and everything else for a small family farm, it's actually a barrier. That's just me.
Oh, I 100% agree with you, Gail. Thank you for the reduction in fees. That's everybody's benefit.
I'll change this right here because that should be 54 per the civil beat citation. Okay, if there's any concerns about this, let me know. Otherwise, we're moving on. Sounds like there are none. We've agreed to delete grants. We're going to leave a tax credit in there for testing. That recommendation will be go to the Department of Taxation. We'll get to the tables. You haven't even gone over the tables yet. Oh my God. These recommendations came in after the last discussion as a group about the cannabinoid section. And I'll try to concisely explain what I think P is about, and then if we need to, we can have discussion. But as I understand it, there's an opportunity under the Medical Marijuana Criminal Research Expansion Act for folks to work with educational institutions and to be protected to look at you know what? I'm not sure I understand this, Robert. I understand this offers a research opportunity to work with potentially our medical school or UH to and to work with hemp farmers, but to also be simultaneously looking at and potentially growing medical marijuana. So it's like dual research. And the advantages of that are, one, there are hemp farmers that do require medical marijuana for significant important health reasons. And in this state, or USDA says you lose your license if you're using or growing medical marijuana. The other opportunity is growing for research purposes, like particularly under this law, you could it is a lucrative market from the information that was forwarded. And that's it in terms of summary. Robert, is there anything else you want to put in there? Otherwise, we'll just ask what they think.
Yeah, that was a good summary. Senator Schatz, so I think he was one of the original drafters of that bill, and it creates the potential federal legal pathway for patients and hemp farmers to potentially take advantage of if we had a lot of support from the university, because it's a big lift from the university.
And the way this is in the tables, you'll see the way that this is recommended to proceed in terms of an action is that we're asking DOA to send a letter to UH to look at this law and do it like a one-page outline of assess, you know, how this could potentially be done in Hawaii. So there's a very actionable request that comes out of this. I keep hearing popping.
Oh, this is me. I'm sorry. I raised my and lowered it. I appreciate this. This is great. This legislative change at the federal level is what allowed the University of Hilo to adopt the curriculum that we developed and offered the very first course of a general overview of cannabis at the UH Hilo. They're receptive, thankfully, to this change federally. And so I do think it's very important to include it. And it's super important to the hemp industry that the university takes on their responsibility, grow knowledge and play a role in the development of this industry, particularly segments related to material sciences and obviously pharmaceuticals and so on. Thanks.
Oh, Rusty.
This is a huge new recommendation that I haven't reviewed yet. I'd like to get a copy of it or read. Yeah, like, can we read it word by word?
Yeah,
because it's hard to read as you're moving through it, and I don't think there's copies of this that have been circulated among the task force.
I think you're right. My apologies.
Yeah, I can't. I will not. Yeah, I don't. It's too quick. So yeah, and it's only a screenshot.
Do you want to take the time to read it and discuss it, or what's your preference type?
So is this recommendation to allow for the possibility of the public growing hemp for their medical conditions?
No, it would allow for UH to be able to do a research project with select hemp farmers to see if they could grow hemp and or medical cannabis for treating their conditions. Is that correct, Robert?
Why would a hemp farmer grow medical cannabis for patients?
I think the goal of this is there's been the troubles that have come up with combining hemp with until the descheduling comes through.
Well, this is kind of BS then. You're kind of combining hemp and cannabis, aren't you?
That's why
so you're combining it here, but not combining it in other instances. Yeah.
The purpose of this is it would be federally legal if it's a very long shot. But if it's federally legal, then hemp could connect. But if it's not federally legal, then we can't connect. So it's
I think this is a super contentious recommendation, guys. I don't think I can accept it without reviewing further. Like, I think this is changing. Yeah, this is not what the legislators would be thought of even, and it's not even what regulators have thought of yet because it's so new. Because there's no state that has done that yet.
If you want to read it right now, I think your dispensaries would benefit from this a lot because right now you don't have the support of the farmers or the legacy. You could get that, and you could get federal legal, which would allow you to export to other dispensaries and to other research institutions. So this is very good for you, but if you're against it, take it out.
I think it's because it's so new, right? We haven't really thought about this yet.
Just
Um,
read it, and if you wanted to make any changes, I don't have any changes. It's just a way to make federally legal cannabis and federally legal hemp become. We
I
used
think
to be a
it
world
was
leader,
speaking out
and
of
we're
both sides of our mouth.
losing it.
Yeah, it's pretty. You guys are gonna. Yeah, this one is dangerous to go down, and I love both. Like I think it should be combined, but
Right now,
I
you're
know.
breaking the law if they wanted to come out after you because you're doing both federally illegal cannabis. You would have to lose your hemp license.
I would interject. I'm sorry. There is some ambiguity in the beginning of this relating to medical cannabis, but what the Marijuana and Cannabinoid Research Expansion Act does is just allow federally funded institutions like the university to engage in cannabis research. It could be cannabis.
Yeah,
or
so
hemp.
I think if we say that, that's acceptable, right? If you're saying, hey,
Right.
we recommend that
Right.
University of Hawaii
That's
should
what
blah,
I
blah,
was
blah.
recommending.
But if you go down and say no, well, there's a potential for people just to grow their hemp, and then they can have it as they can grow medical cannabis, without
Well,
registration or without the state laws, then I think that's a little, that's
Yeah,
pushing.
no, this federal law change didn't do any of that, but it does, it had been part of what has opened pathways to allow for more DEA registered research locations to develop across the country. As you know, there's only been one in Mississippi for a long, long time. This federal law changes to encourage research of cannabis at the university level throughout the country. And other, country or other states are taking great advantage of this. Cornell is a leading hemp program. Oregon does, obviously. Colorado does. Hawaii should. And
Hawaii doesn't want to, though. University of Hawaii, the general counsel at the University of Hawaii has repeatedly said that they have no interest in allowing for the research of cannabis or hemp, with fear of losing their federal funding.
Well, this is exactly what this bill should bring confidence to any legal professional looking at that, because universities across the country are doing this research. But yes, to Hawaii's detriment, the University of Hawaii has neglected this opportunity. Like I said earlier, we have, since this passed, used this to convince the Department of Ag at Hilo to offer a course, not plant touching, but just to talk about the cannabis plant. But changes in their administration recently have upended that course offering. Though this recommendation I think should stand, because we should encourage the university and other higher institutions of research to begin working on this stuff. This would bring the industry, particularly the non-cannabinoid sector of the industry, further faster, in my opinion. But it would also benefit the cannabinoid industry, most definitely.
Yeah,
I like the changes that you're making currently, but yeah, I would just cut it all the way down until it's just, hey, University of Hawaii should look at, we encourage the University of Hawaii to look at, partnering with hemp farmers to do research as allowed under the recent blah, blah, blah medical marijuana expansion act.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
I don't think you need to say the rest of all the other stuff.
Sure. Just encourage them to do
it.
it.
I think you just encourage it and let them deal with it, because I think you're putting ideas in there. People will be like, what? They're gonna grow? Who's gonna grow? And then university's gonna grow, and then you're just gonna get down into it looks like a strange recommendation.
Yeah, it may be in the case that there's a lot of uninformed people related to the policy changes federally and what the DEA is asked for, but they've also been really reluctant to issue licenses to those who have applied to become a DEA licensed researcher. So there's obviously some resistance coming at the federal level.
If we bring it down to here, some of that was, I think, optimistic, but probably accurate conjecture about what the benefits could be. But if we strip that out, remove all association to cannabis, the opportunities still exist for the, and in the tables, we ask Department of Ag to please send a letter to UH and do a one-page outline of how this could be done in the state. So is this okay?
I don't think you need the last portion as it relates to farmers' medical conditions. I think it just be, sorry. Yeah, you can go all the way down. No, full spectrum hemp. benefit.
I was
Yeah,
just
and then-
trying to craft this in a way that the people that go to your dispensaries can also have some federal protection, but that is very optimistic, so it's probably not gonna happen anyway.
Well, we got it in there, I think. Are we okay
I
with
think
this?
you just, I think it's important that there be additional research, and I think, yes, telling the University of Hawaii that they shouldn't be so scared of their shadow is important, but yeah, I don't think you want to go down the path of what the research is for and what the, what the benefits are and what it could be. Yeah, I think that's just, yeah, not necessary.
Okay, we've opened the door for a really creative opportunity for the state that could be lucrative for folks too. Are we okay with the way this is written?
I think it can go, actually, yeah, you can delete all the way to farmers to buy Hawaii hemp farmers. So the federal law may allow UH to design a study under blah, 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 to study the cannabinoid produced by Hawaiian hemp farmers, period.
Because they could include the study to be your dispensary patients and the hemp farmers themselves. That would be what would make the study different than other studies. But we could just.
I don't think you
like
need to say,
we
I don't
said
think you need to
before,
say that, right? Yeah, I think it's up to UH to decide if they want to,
Well, we get
when
to
they're
recommend what
presented
we
with those
want.
studies, yeah, do they want to do it?
We get to recommend what we want. And I do always like it when we give a little bit of direction with regard to including farmers and applied research. But can you tell me where you guys want what you wanted to delete? Because I didn't quite understand.
I just think it should be general, as in that they can go conduct research on hemp, however they want to do it. If it's on, yeah, whatever.
He was asking to just go back to Hawaii hemp farmers, period, just
Yeah,
to be
period. To say
specific
whatever,
about
yeah,
even full spectrum hemp.
Yeah, that's right. You just say you're gonna go do whatever the hemp farmers are growing. You're gonna go, yeah, go research it, go do some research on it, whether it be whatever used for whatever reason. What does it really matter? The fact that they're studying hemp is the important part.
right? You recommended ending the period after farmers, right?
Farmers, that's right. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
now I'm understanding. Sorry, I misunderstood what you're saying, Ty.
Study hemp, yeah, just whatever, yeah, just whatever they're producing. Who knows what it is?
Are we
Again, when you talk full spectrum and whatever, you're like, oh, what are they saying? Like, yeah, like high THC, low THC. Are they saying like,
Yeah, I agree. The
I'm
more,
like, yeah, what does it
better.
matter? Like, you just want them to do research. That's all.
Okay, here's these last two are also introduced. So this is trying to allow for the sale of hemp flower. This would have to be a legislative fix.
I always kind of get hung up on the term solventless because water is the universal solvent. And so,
yeah,
just to throw that out there, but.
You could use water-based extraction.
Question for DOH. What is the rules around sale of hemp flower here in Hawaii? And then what do you know? Yeah, what do you know of it in Canada and with other states?
You currently cannot sell hemp flower to consumers in Hawaii, and in other states it's kind of hit or miss depending on the state. Smokable flower is banned in a lot of states. Some states it's allowed, but there are always concerns that smokable flower or pre-rolls then get sprayed with terpenes or D8 distillate or whatever. But yeah, it's kind of a mix.
I'd say any legislation on this needs to be a standalone bill.
I agree. And we have that recommendation to ban synthetics.
I don't like the words immediately and if possible. I think it should just be the recommendation that Hawaii allow for the sale. Yeah.
I agree. I think it's very important that we allow the
Yeah,
sale of
you're
hemp flower if we cannot restrict the importation of hemp flower. That's
Yeah,
particularly alarming.
Yeah.
That is
no.
also not legal. So, I mean, you can't sell hemp flower whether you're importing it or selling it at a gas station or if you're a farmer.
Precisely. And there is a
but
obviously
OahuDispensary.com sells a lot though.
Oh, yeah, it's everywhere
Yeah.
here.
Well, there you're talking about enforcement and not what's legal and what's not legal.
correct. And it is true that Hawaii hemp farmers, if we are going to have a, a fair shake, that enforcement be even. And I think that's important for all rules of law.
Yeah, can it be rewritten for like Hawaii allow for the sale of hemp flower, pre-rolls, whatever solvent to adults, similar to other states or following other states' rules, blah, blah, blah.
That sounds good.
Like I don't like Hawaii like many other states allow it, and I don't like it possible.
This is just a quick question. The water-based concentrates, is the ID gonna concentrate is still below 0.3 or 0.3 below?
Good question.
THC specifically, of course.
It would have to be, otherwise it would be illegal.
Yeah, it shouldn't. I don't think we should put anything in here recommending anything that allows for higher dosing THC and the concentration of THC just because it's allowed under the federal farm bill. I don't think that's helpful for because the legislation is not moving in that direction. If you look at other states on the mainland, that's just not the direction it's going. And if you put that in the bill, or in our report, it just makes us look foolish that we're like, hey, no, don't listen to what California or Colorado or everyone else is doing. We're gonna go like different. Let's just do something different in Hawaii.
Well, and with all due respect,
Not that I don't think it's right. Yeah, I don't think it's right what they're doing. I'm just saying that that's the way to get at least our foot to start selling some THC product.
yeah, I just to add what I was going to say, I mean, using other states as models isn't ideal always either, because a lot of states have been fumbling, cannabis reform.
Agreed.
California is a great example of a really badly fumbled state.
Yep, California and Massachusetts.
Hawaii should
Agreed,
allow.
but I don't think Hawaii is going to build. We don't have the foresight nor the ability to build our own.
I hear you.
Yeah. So that's the only thing. It'd be great if we could do it, and if there was a champion in the legislature that would be willing to put that much work in there. But if they can't do it for medical cannabis and for cannabis, they're not doing it for hemp and for hemp. So it's best if we try to follow a state that we like as a group. We think is some of the best, like Minnesota, of course, for edibles, but any other state would be helpful.
All I'm saying is I don't have enough time to finish getting this all together in an hour, in 50 minutes. Is this good enough or not?
It's good enough for me. We're just making recommendations.
Good enough for me.
Okay, the last thing is recommending ongoing hemp farmer and university partnerships to further cannabinoid hemp industry needs, including but not limited to changes to research and development, courses, textbooks, preview, field studies, insurance. Okay, just a recommendation there to UH. Are we done?
Awesome.
Okay, someone needs to make a move to accept this chapter, because we've got tables to go through.
Move to accept this chapter.
Second.
June, can you take a vote?
Okay, so the motion has been moved and seconded. If there is no debate, we will proceed to voting. So are there any objections on the motion? So if there's none, so the motion has passed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. What's left is going over some tables.
Gail, did we already do food and animal feed? I'm sorry, we've done so many things. I'm getting a little mixed up.
Yeah, it was adopted. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All or at least I assume it was. If it wasn't, can someone please speak up? Because I think I asked for that understanding to be clarified before, but I believe it was. If it wasn't, then someone clarify. Right, where's the tables? 1 second. Okay, this was done for every recommendation. This is for the general ones, because if we don't say who we want to do what, it's just gonna sit there. These are exactly worded for the most part as their recommendations. So I don't know if exact, but they're worded as recommendations. It just suggests what can be done. Like stopping the discrimination, why financial institutions, and be legislation for this upcoming session, and DOA to submit a bill. That's our recommendation. Around the memorandum to folks that could be helpful in letting investors know we're a pro-hemp state. We've asked the Attorney General's office to do that. Whether they do or do not is a different point, but at least we've put a specific request into who's supposed to do what by when. Go ahead.
Hello? I mean, related to the one I was talking about,
Yeah.
the H-2A.
Yes. Is that in there?
Yes, lower.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. I wasn't sure who
So
should.
that,
Yeah, go
so
ahead.
that one should be similar to like how Department of Education did it. So this one would be, because it's for farmers, agriculture, it should be DOA. And they would have to push to get this done, like like the Department of Education did to get Filipino teachers into our system.
So
basically it's just copying that.
okay, so
So there is no program that exists. So like the Department of Education created their own to get the state to help them get teachers from the Philippines and provide certain support. So we should learn from the mistakes they did, and then DOA should create their own. And then
is this it? Can you see what I'm writing, Michaela?
Yeah.
Is that, oh, so
Yeah.
sorry. Capture it?
Yeah. The review, yeah, that's fine. And then they create their own.
Okay, thank you.
Then the next one is DOA and DLIR, the Department of Labor. So like the Department of Labor working with Department of Education is getting money from the state and from the federal government to help fund the teacher side in order to promote some of it. But the DOA should create their own for agriculture because it's different. And create their own program, yeah.
I'm gonna say
Yeah. The next one was Scotty, so I didn't know that one.
I put a deadline in there, give them about a year to do it. Is that okay? Because
Well, yeah, but if they copy the Department of Education, it should be quite quick. The Department of Education is J-1.
should I change this visa? You're talking about the
No, ours is H-2A for agricultural farmers. Yeah.
yes. Oh, I hear what you're saying. Okay. And should I change this? We'll do what? Like July 1st then.
Okay.
Well, if there's not a deadline, at least in my life, it doesn't get done. And I've written so many reports in my life and they just sit. So I'm just sharing what I've learned. Support workforce development yeah, I'm not sure. I wish Scotty was here. I don't know how to infill this. I don't know if that comes through the Department of Labor or where. I'm just gonna put Department of Labor.
Yeah, I would think Department of Labor,
Okay.
because they do provide education and they provide the funding to do it.
December 31st, 2024. A West to number to Is this okay?
Yeah. I don't know what Scotty would say, but yep.
At least we got something actionable. I mean, DOA is smart. If it's the wrong department, so is the legislature. I don't know what O is. Accelerate the development of all sectors. Oh, goodness gracious. Let me go back and look.
Gail, not to be nitpicky, but on N, I think it's to draft and outline, just so you don't have to come back later.
Where's that?
Department of Labor to draft and
There's
outline.
no time to come back later, just to be clear.
I know that's why I mentioned it now, just because I know the typos can
okay
just affect how the report is received, and
Here's
so.
a challenge. Each one of these has grants in it. Okay, so I'm gonna put the recommendation that Kelly King helped us vote on. We'll call it the Kelly King recommendation. That covers all the funding. And these are the FTE recommendations that are in there. And then the biannual meetings of the Hawaii Hemp Task Force, assuming that was a recommendation in the general section to continue that. Is everyone okay with this table? This is the table that summarizes. This is wrong. Hold on one second. Make sure table matches the. Sorry, I'm just making sure this Okay, that's why it's confusing. I almost don't want to put this in as a recommendation. But let's see. This was like a conditional recommendation in there. If we ever wanted to do it in the future. So I'm just leaving that as that is. Okay, now all the bullets line up with the main recommendation page. Can we get a motion to vote on this table?
Motion to vote on this table.
Second the motion.
So the motion has been moved and seconded. If there is no debate on the motion, we can proceed to voting. So are there any objections on the motion? If none, so the motion has passed. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the building fiber section next. Table.
Could I make a motion that if this is passed, if it achieves that passing, if it can replace the consultant's draft that is on the website?
Let's get through the tables and then let's ask, because that's a separate from this report. Let's get through the report and then you can ask Andrew. Do you mind, Robert, to wait to ask Andrew that question?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Is everyone seeing this, the fiber and building sector action table?
Yes.
Okay, so this all needs to be deleted. And now I gotta go find that wording again. Hold on. You know, this just frickin' hey. We didn't agree to delete dual funding pathway for fighter. Okay, so we'll just leave this. Sorry, I'm processing out loud. So we will leave.
Kind of, we took out all the funding and replaced it with Kelly's thing.
I mean, should we just say financially? Because this is all about financial stuff, right? It's not general support. And financially can be through tax credits, grants, tax credits, subsidies. I don't want to leave it vague as much as we can narrow things down, but I want it representative. Or just side, that's how I feel. Okay. Someone tell me how to spell representative. Representative. Okay, thank you. All right. We changed that major finding in there.
It's just
I don't think there's anything else in here. This is where we got bogged down, was on the grants. So all the other recommendations are the same as what was in the chapter. I'm gonna go through them real quick if there is.
This is the only one that has that create a dual thing on it.
Yeah.
Create a dual funding pathway.
Yep. Yeah. Because the other one had lots of grants for small farmers, but we decided to delete specificity. So
Yeah, so we should delete it here because we deleted it from all the other ones.
okay, there we go. But we didn't agree. There's two different things. We agreed. There's two different things. One was that we support a dual pathway where both large and small processors could be examined, should be supported. There's definite consensus on that. There was not consensus on funding. So to reflect what was discussed before and agreed on before, I think we need to leave the dual pathway for fiber processing facilities, large and small scale. Because that was part of the heart of the fiber recommendations, and it's still in there. To anyone, I still have to go back and correct that report too. Oh my God. Can I get a motion to adopt this, support this table?
I'm sorry, under this section C, it still has the specific dollar amount.
Yeah,
Special
that's
grant.
okay, we'll pull that out. Oh my gosh, to go. I don't know, guys. I don't even know if I can combine all these files in a half hour. This is.
I don't think you should have to. I think you should be able to do this under your own time frame and screw them. You know,
No,
this is an important document, but you just can't. They forced us to go under this time frame, and you're almost there, and you shouldn't be forced to have to do it within the next hour or two.
No,
it just doesn't make sense.
Okay. All right. Can I get a motion to have this table supported, voted on?
A motion.
I second it.
I second.
Okay, the motion has been moved and seconded. We can proceed to voting if there is no debate on that. So are there any objections? If none, the motion has passed.
Okay, we're going back real quick to the fiber building to take out and reorder some of these. Create a dual pathway. We don't like numbers, but we did say large scale facilities.
Andrew, can you verify that once we agree and vote on all of the different sections, do they actually have to be emailed by 5 o'clock, or is there a little bit of a leeway as far as changes can't be made, but the actual documents can still be sent out after that time to the appropriate people?
Sure. I don't know. The documents don't really have to be emailed at any point in time specifically. So the issue is the task force itself dissolves today at some point. So you can't really do anything task force related after today. So, I mean, there's like close of business is 5. You could go beyond 5. There's no real, like, it doesn't have to be close of business. But ideally, everything is wrapped up today. You guys can't meet after today, So anything you're gonna vote on has to be voted on and done right now before
Okay,
the
so-
meeting ends.
Thank you, Andrew. So I understand that I might be able to submit the paperwork after 5, but the task force convenes today, and before we, or sunsets today, and before we sunset, all these components have to be voted on and agreed to. So if you guys don't mind, I'd like to have a vote one more time again on the fiber and building materials. And as you saw, I was just pulling out all the very specific granting recommendations left in there, dual pathway that recognized the many discussions we had about a dual pathway supporting both small farmers and a larger facility to move this forward. And it was replaced with this funding recommendation, which we already changed the table to do, and we deleted the grant to UH. Can I get a recommendation to support or to adopt this section, please? Or
So motion.
Buddy.
Okay, June, can you call a quick vote, please?
Okay,
Thank you.
so,
Yeah.
Oh, someone probably needs to mute their mic. Sorry. I mean, that happens during a long day. Someone does, I don't know who that is.
Gail, can you clarify what is the motion again?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry for that.
No. It's been a long day. Thank you, June. Thank you for hanging in there. I mean, Pauhana already, right? So, the motion that was made and seconded was to, for the task force to revisit and adopt the fiber and building section chapter, because we had to go back and make some changes regarding pulling the grants, the specific grants out of there.
Thank you, Gail. So the motion has been moved and seconded. So if there's no debate, we'll proceed to voting. So are there any objections on this motion mentioned by Gail? If there is none, so the motion has passed. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right. Moving on. So now we need to go to another table. What did we look at in terms of tables already? We looked at general, we looked at building fiber. Okay, we'll look at fuel next. All right, this is the right one. Okay, you guys see this one? This is for the fuel and biomass sector.
Yes, we see it.
Okay, so providing regulatory certainty was important and aligning with federal rules, and part of that was to refine biomass definitions to include foliage. You guys know what I'm trying to say. For recommendation C. I don't know if that needs to be in there. It's from the recommendation. So we were asking for through, I think that was supposed to be through rulemaking, otherwise legislation that in no way restricts the hemp industry. That would be DOH, DOH. Let's put a date on here. So let's say if it has to be a legislative change, we need to get into August. If it's rulemaking, it could happen it could happen faster. Is that all right, guys?
Yes.
Okay, this is a similar memorandum was asked for by the sectors, similar to the all sectors one, so it just is referring to the all sectors table, which was already adopted. What's the difference between A and C here? Now I'm confused. Grant, I'm so glad you jumped back on. Can you please help me understand the difference between A and C? And I'm going to pull up the table because maybe just in cutting and pasting that in there, I confuse things.
Yeah, hi Gail. A and C, I think A is more pertinent to changing rules and changing legislation and ambiguity between what Hawaii state law has been and the uncertainty of things like placing the hemp industry under cannabis authority or not aligning with USDA rules and regulations. Whereas C would be more of the definition for biomass to include foliage material itself. So that's more of a, I guess you could think of A as the overarching concern and C is more of the specific example of overregulation that's unintentionally affected biomass, biofuel, and fiber industries in the state.
We have them as separate recommendations right now. Should they stay separate? I mean, because they're, in terms of what happens in our state, isn't it the same?
Yeah, I think that works.
Well, my brain is already exploded, but I'm going to leave A and C alone for just a second. I'm going down here and deleting the grants that we had in there, and I will find the language from the other tables. Put in here in just a second. Put that back up in a minute. Nothing like editing by crowd, huh? So much fun. Let's see. There we go. But do you have a date for this in the other one? I'm not finding it. I'm gonna have to look at these other tables. I'm not remembering all the changes we've made, but it's good to put a date in here. Okay, now I need to resolve A and C. I'm gonna go back, you guys. I'm gonna go back and open up the fuel and biomass report that we already voted on, because I think we need to potentially change the wording of these recommendations. Right. This is where we had so much fun earlier in the day. It was on this one. Okay, so recommendations provide regulatory certainty. The state should issue a statement directed. Okay, that's figured out. Yeah, biomass should be defined as inclusive both. So yeah, I see it's C is implementing A. So I'll just should we just combine those in a table? In the table, I think.
I don't think there's a problem with them separate either.
Okay. Okay, we'll just keep it
If
separate.
it makes anything easier, that I'm looking for simplicity and speed now.
Yeah, yeah, I don't like sloppy and I don't like repetitive, but time is of the essence. So there's such a thing as good enough, right? We have to define good enough. So thank you. I do need to make this consistent.
There's that great saying, right, about good enough for work.
I used to work in government and there were some of the finest people I ever worked with. Let's see. Okay. Something we voted on. Okay. Nope, there was no date put on the last table, so I'm gonna say by, how soon do you want to convene a group to work on these financial recommendations? Can someone give me a date by what, like December 1st, January 15th? 2050?
January 2025.
So we'll say January 15th or January 30th. Let's give them the whole month of January. Oh, but we may need that for the ledge. It'd be too late for the ledge this year. This would be then for 2026 grants, if we want to wait that long.
We can do December of this year. It's just gonna be a tight.
I agree. I don't even know. Yeah. By December 1. Are you guys seeing this page right here where my cursor's moving?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just said that I'm like drawing from. Okay. Okay, are we all good on this table?
And move to accept the table.
I second it.
June, can you call the vote, please?
Sure. Yeah, so the motion has been moved and seconded. Are there any objections on? If none, the motion has passed.
Great, thanks you guys. Oh, this needs to be cleaned up, sorry. Here, thanks for your patience. Okay, what did I do? I put that in the wrong place. Okay. Oh God, sorry, nothing like watching someone edit something. Puppy. Now we're gonna move on to food and feed.
You'll just have to, you might be okay, perfect.
Okay. All right, gotta take these grants out. You guys are seeing me work on the feed table? Is that correct?
Yes.
I appreciate your eye. This on track. All right. There was no amounts put in for this recommendation in the feed and fuel, so I don't know that we need to pull it out.
It doesn't bother me without any specifics like that. Just recommending grants is great.
All right, so there it is. Well, too bad, man, because I would have the marketing grants. I think we're so important to cannabinoid, but that ship has sailed.
We can always push for grants to be written into like a legislative package or anything else. And grants are not like precluded from the recommendations here. It's just the specificity of them and the amount, the number of people, all that is.
I know, but we already deleted them. I agree.
Yep.
I just
Agree.
there's just no way to cut through the noise without marketing help, but that's just me whining. All right, I'm not whining. I'm just stating a fact. Okay, so for research purposes, all right, so oh, wait a minute. Robert, you helped me with this. You sent some information and I'm sorry, I didn't have time to put it in here.
The department that's in charge of this is the commodities branch of the quality assurance division of DOA. They have a feed section.
Did you say commodities branch? Is that what?
Yeah. It's part of the quality assurance division.
That's not fair. They're gonna be wrapped up in legislative stuff through next year. I'm gonna say through July 1. You guys give me a different date if you want. Commodities branch.
If we're doing 2024, there's extra 0 in there.
Yes, thank you. Okay. You know what? I have a client calling out of the other line. I have to take a call. I'm so sorry. Can we take well, God, the agencies people need to get out of here. Okay, never mind. Just keep going. 20. Thank you, extra 0.
I don't know if we're doing, are we changing the date but still in 2024, or are we doing July 1st, 2025? Because July 1st, 2024 is passed, so.
Yeah. So this, Robert, would it be the same?
This would be UH CTAR.
Which one?
F. You got E. Awesome. Just UH or UH CTAR, depending on how specific you want to be.
Allow the sale of the products. That's a regulatory function. I don't understand how that would be.
It might be UH and DOA. That's the good way to be safe, I guess, because you bring up a good
on the
point.
regulatory function.
Yeah,
sale of products.
The university would be doing the research in conjunction with the farmers through the cooperative extensions. And if the products of that research to be sold probably would have to be approved by the DOA.
Okay, so the permissions here, I'm looking at G, permission would need to be granted by DOA Commodities Branch. For G, because they regulate this.
Right, I agree. And for F, you're right, it should probably be UHN DOA.
Yeah, this is a regulatory function completely. I don't think UH is in any way involved in regulating this. Okay, well, that's just me.
As they would be have to be under research to be allowed because it's not federally legal.
Hey, Gail, I don't want to interrupt you. I'm gonna have to go and I can switch over to my phone.
Okay.
Or do you not need me for 10 people because you now have Grant? Or should I do it when I get in the car? Because somebody else is gonna.
Yeah, please stay on as long as you can. I mean, that would be helpful just in case something happens.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to get on right now with my cell phone and then disconnect this one, okay?
Okay. Do that like that. All right. Boom. So are we ready to?
In progress.
Okay, so again, it's the commodities branch that has to adopt the AFFCO recommendations, correct?
Yeah, I was amazed how much Leo has under his quality assurance. I think it goes to feed and then Leo could correct me if I'm wrong, but feed and then the commodities branch and then the Department of, so yeah, it's under there.
Everyone in agriculture seems to be is a little bit overworked and underpaid, or well, hopefully not soon. I don't want to say that out loud. Never mind. Thank you, state people, for being there. All right. Are we good to adopt this? Is there any?
I move to adopt this table.
Second. Okay, the motion has been moved and seconded. Are there any objections? If none, the motion has passed.
All right. I don't think we did the cultivar one yet. Oh, dang. I think that's the one I didn't manage to get into a table.
Yeah.
And
And water. And I-
with the light,
Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm going to share something real quick. So we removed grants for cultivars in places.
If Rusty doesn't have a problem, he kind of mentioned he just doesn't want it to be too, I think everybody would agree that, I don't know, I don't want to speak for everybody, but seeds are important across all industries.
We're going to start opening, I mean, I kind of want to, Robert, but if we start opening this up, I'm going to push to open up marketing grants. So
That would be good for that too, but
God.
it's up to Rusty. I don't want to make anything longer.
Like I said, I just don't know that it's necessary at this in this report and in writing the specifics about grants, it seems we'll obviously lean into biasing one sector over another, and it just doesn't seem appropriate at this point, but I mean,
Okay.
this is a law.
I'm fine with just keeping it.
All right, so then we just have one recommendation that needs to go into a table. You're gonna, 1 second, please.
Cornell was mentioned earlier. They have a good USDA ARS germplasm repository that might be able to be replicated here at UH.
I 100% agree with Robert about the significance of seed and its development. I know Grant is very much in tune with what's commercially viable and what's not, and so on. And I do believe that those problems should be solved, and that I think that private sector will be solving those businesses. Solving those issues. I think that grants should be a part of the future of Hawaii's agriculture at large, and of course, therefore hemp. Like, I'm not opposed to grants in any way, shape, or form, but I just don't think it's appropriate in this venue to be recommending specific grants for specific groups, which is what essentially was coming down, is what it felt like.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like it specific grants or specific groups either. I do agree with Scotty's earlier point that hemp specific grants puts us at an advantage to have that as one of the qualifiers, because there are a lot of grants, but there's also a lot of competition for those grants.
Hey, folks, we got under 3 minutes. Do we need to just take a comprehensive vote to say, I mean, we got to pass something or not?
So just to clarify, Grant, I don't know if you were on at the time, but Andrew said that we can continue working past 5. It's just that once the group sunsets, that there can be no more changes, if I understood him correctly.
Okay, I didn't realize I put myself on mute. Sorry, guys.
I did that the other day.
Yeah, I remember. Okay, this is the only recommendation for the cultivar research. So can I get a motion to?
Motion.
To approve the recommendation for hemp cultivar research.
I second.
Okay, the motion has been moved and seconded. Are there any objections? If none, the motion has passed.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think all that's left is cannabinoid. Honestly, did we go over that yet or not? No, we didn't. We just did the narratives, didn't we?
No, we did.
We did, but we didn't do the table, unfortunately, so let's see. Goodness gracious. Oh, there we go. Thank goodness. Okay. Okay. Folks are seeing the cannabinoid table.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the only thing we're gonna need to change in here. There were a couple of things we changed. I should have flagged them and kept them in highlight as we're going through, but I know we adopted these. We adopted that one. Adopted that one. By what date do we need to have this clean? This is Greg told us, I can't remember what he said, whether this was rulemaking or legislative.
He said it was legislative, I believe.
Okay. Is it critical that we do this now? Sure. I mean, do we want him to do it during 2025? I mean, you guys tell me when we want this
I
done.
don't feel it's critical.
Just leave it.
Yeah, there's a little bit of flexibility. It's not a super rush. It would just be nice.
Okay, we'll leave it alone then. Okay, here we go on the grant sections. Here's one that needs to be changed. Here we go. Eliminate the grants. I have to see, I have to go back and look at the report, see how we did the numbering of the recommendations. Okay, so I'm gonna go back and share the narrative, just so you guys can see what I'm doing. Because I did not delete. This was adopted, but we're just doing a little bit of cleanup here. Getting rid of these grants. So this is K. And elemental P. Okay.
I just noticed up above in the manufactured hemp product, it's kind of non-substantial, but where it says manufactured hemp extract product, and then after MHP, there's supposed to be an E in there, and we didn't catch it earlier.
Okay.
MHEP.
Oh, right. There we go. this is A. That. Get rid of all the grants. Nope, let's get rid of that row. Seems like the numbers don't quite match. 1 second. Recommendation K matches all sectors. I have to look at the narrative. You guys are still seeing the table, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I need to go back and look at the large narrative for a minute. Because so we did change this recommendation. Want to make sure it's changed in the table accordingly. And I only see LMN OPQ, but the table, I know this is tedious, has an R. I'm going to change this recommendation right here. Just seeing how this can be set a little bit differently.
How's everybody hanging in there?
Thanks, Greg.
Good.
I'm thinking
Good.
Gail's rock star. Yep.
You and me both. You know, this is going to be one
Amen.
hell of a document. This is going to be, if this doesn't move the needle, nothing will, because we got the best brains in all the hemp movement together to making this happen. So we should all be pretty proud of ourselves. I know it's been hard, but boy, this is going to be really important. And Gail's the reason.
Well, we're all, thank you, Greg. And laughing because if hemp farmers in Hawaii are nothing, they are at least very optimistic. So in the long run. Okay, so yeah, pardon me, you have to tell me what document you're looking at. Is it this table?
It's the table still. And I just wanted to mention under Q, there's still the solventless word by concentrate as opposed to.
Thank you.
Yeah. Although I'm not sure it really, I mean, we can keep it in there, but I believe that it would probably test above 0.3 regardless of what you do, but
yeah.
It says waterless. I think it was water.
Oh, water-based. Thanks. What I need to do is there's the report shows the narrative, the longer narrative for cannabinoids shows a
Exactly. You can just copy and paste it, that one.
well, it shows a little bit different, something. I got so many files open. Just it goes to P and this one goes to R.
Okay, we'll sign.
I think he had two different versions of that report open.
Is that why I'm getting myself confused? Jeez.
Yeah, because the Q and R were
Oh, you're right. Daggone it. No. I think I'm on the right one. Yeah, this is the one I was editing before. Or you're not seeing what I'm on. Okay, I'm going to show you what I'm on. Because the issue is here, we've got K, L is hemp processors, M is tax credits, N is that special research opportunity under the Federal Act, pre-rolls, hemp farmer research. And but what's the difference between that and the table? I'm sorry, guys, I'm down in the weeds. So
yeah, I can't tell because it looks like it's the same.
but it's not. Let's see. We have okay, we got grants and processors. Oh, I didn't yet delete this stuff. All right, these two grants, more grants are going bye-bye. All right.
Ouch.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I'm very much pro grant.
I don't think we're gonna get them. I mean, I really don't, not without specificity, but I'll just, again, that was my opinion, but I really, you know what? When my husband and my daughter prove me to be wrong, it's often with good cause. So hopefully I'm wrong. It's still not adding up. KL, yes it is, L. These don't automatically correct, okay. I'm sure there's smart tables out there.
I really appreciate that everybody can agree to disagree and still meet each other in the middle. So thank you, everyone.
I can't say enough good things about Gail and everybody on the task force.
Oh, sweet.
Well, we want to thank you, Gail, for doing this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to figure out how to pay her. Is that a sunshine
Hallelujah.
law? Like, did I just break a sunshine law? Say
No.
something like damn it.
Not the president, pretty sure. Done with this. Okay. So cannabinoid sector recommendations, I believe they line up well with what was in the narrative that was reviewed. Brittany, I'm going to rely on your good eyes. I am moved to, or can someone please move to accept this table?
So you passed some grant language.
Oh, I did.
I think so. M or no, that's all good stuff there. Wrong. Yep. My bad.
The manufactured hemp product had that same E missing again in this table.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It's farther up here, wasn't it? I'm forgetting.
Oh, no, you just passed it. Right there, J.
There we go.
And that's right. Actually, there it is. K below that has some grant language in there.
What the heck happened? Oh no. Jesus Christ. I keep sharing, saving these, they end up in another table. One second, please.
Is June still hanging in there with us?
Yeah, he deserves a medal too.
Oh, you bet.
In DOH there, my goodness.
My God, sun's going down.
Yeah, appreciate everybody's help here, government related as well. Everybody at DOA, DOH, thanks a lot. Hemp means a lot to a lot of us out here. We don't get these opportunities much, and we're happy to be able to hopefully impact some of the policy that determines our hemp future.
I agree. But you know what I think we need to do is also bring this group together to look at how we can work as a collective in the free enterprise system to make this industry grow. I mean, we got some of the best minds in the industry right here, right now, and we need to figure out how we can collectively work together to make, grow. I live in Kau. There's so much growing opportunity down here. There's nobody down here that's growing any of this. There's so many opportunities all over the islands, and we need to get everybody working together on it. And yeah, it's great to get the state and the legislators and Department of Agriculture on board, but I think it's probably going to work out better if we all collectively work together to make something happen.
Strongly agree that co-ops, collectives, and just general cooperation between hemp producers and the state is needed. And I'm excited to be, being a part of that. I'm reachable at kamainagold.com or Rusty Tap. You can find me anywhere. I'm happy to be of help.
I'll call you, Rusty. I got a really nice farm on the South Point. I want to make it an educational research facility for people to come and learn about the plant. And that's actually my goal. And I got a feeling the doors are going to open up for recreational and teaching. So
awesome.
It could be really good. Anyway, that's because we're waiting to get this thing done tonight. Thought I'd throw it out there.
Gail, just want to let you know that you're sharing a screen that you minimize, so we're actually not seeing anything.
Oh, okay. Let's try this again. It's just nice to hear some chit chat beside my little cursor going. All right, cannabinoid sector. I think I'm still trying to resolve. I think I ended up on an older table. It's got Q. Still doesn't make sense. Should be P. K L M. Oh, here we go. All right. Yay. We're good. I'm scrolling slowly before we ask for a vote. The recommendations are matching the narrative. Okay. Do you guys see anything that needs to be changed in here?
Only the marijuana could be changed to cannabis right there in A. Independent of marijuana.
Could do that.
I think that one actually has to stay because it's in relation to what that act is called, and they used the wrong language.
Exactly.
That's a good point.
Okay, that's it. That's the only place. And it's cleaned up now. Thanks for catching that, Rusty. Anything else?
I guess just that first A, establish separate hemp program out of the office. Just add the before office, but under actions.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't see anything else. If nobody else has any discussion, I'd like to move to adopt this cannabinoid sector table.
Seconded.
Okay, the motion has been moved and seconded. Are there any objections? If none, the motion has passed. Thank you.
Thank you, June. So we have adopted the summary includes the cover page, table of contents. We've adopted every chapter and every table, and we've made the changes. The only thing that's left to do is citations, page numbers for the table of contents. I'd like to add a couple of photos, but I know Andrew thought that the group needed to agree on that. And then I couldn't unilaterally add photos, which is understandable.
I think photos are great.
I agree, but there is due process, and what we want to make sure is we don't open this up for criticism that for some reason, I ended up choosing a photo that was not representative of the Hemp task force members.
You can do whatever you want. Just give us some nice, pretty pictures of some great hemp plants. I think nobody's going to question that.
Hold on one second, please.
And I think a lot of people in this group probably have some nice pictures.
Well, I'm going to get this done ASAP. So I don't, if someone wants to send me something right now, great. Otherwise, that image that's in the table of contents is a stock image that I paid for previously. So I don't think there's any issue there. Can I get a motion to adopt everything as whole since we've reviewed it and adopted it individually? And then let's do that.
Motion. I'll make a motion. We'll all make a motion.
Does that still allow you to add additions under the acknowledgements section? You said you wanted to.
Oh, yeah. Okay, you're right. I probably should reverse that. Thank you, Brittany. So I'd like to have a motion to allow me to make minor non-substantive changes, including a thank you sentence and acknowledgements, adding page numbers to the table of contents, and citations, or references, which we only agreed on a couple. So is there anything else you guys think of in terms of, and to allow me to combine all these chapters and subsections into one document? So allow me.
You had also previously mentioned that you wanted to clean up the last paragraph of the summary. Did you already remove any redundancies?
Yeah, I didn't like the way that was going. Let me see. I can't remember if we did or did not. Let's see.
There was also previous discussion about page 4, changing the $6.2 billion and the 2023. I just saw a note. I think we did that, but just to.
We did not change this. We just agreed it needed to be done. And I don't know during all this time if anyone provided. And we actually, someone did. Maybe it was Ty. Provided.
Hey guys, just wondering, because I'm gonna have to go. Do you guys have enough people here if I leave to continue?
Nope.
Let's vote. Let's vote right now.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right.
I really gotta go.
So, all right. So the vote needs to include me to be able to make non-substantive changes, which includes what I was just saying. Where'd my notes go? Page numbers to the table of contents, the acknowledgement section, combining all the chapters and tables into one document. The adding the references that were agreed to, and adding the a correct number for the total sector worth at 20 in the year 2028. Are there any other things that unsubstantive that you need to authorize me to be able to do?
I second that. If that's a motion.
The motion has been moved and seconded. Are there any objections? Otherwise, the motion has passed.
Okay. Now we should just accept the whole thing right now, right?
Yes. Now everything needs to be accepted with the understanding that the non-substantive changes will be made.
Motion to make that happen.
Second.
Okay.
Sorry, what was that motion? I didn't hear.
We're accepting the whole.
Yeah, making a
Okay,
motion
thank
to
you.
accept the report in totality with all of the changes to be compiled and submitted.
I support. Thank you.
Well, yeah, with the understanding that there'll be non-substantive changes before it's turned in today.
You have a problem with that?
Is June gonna take a vote on that, or?
We need to second that. I second that.
Okay. The motion has been moved and seconded. If there is no objection, the motion has passed.
All right.
Okay.
Wow.
I just want to thank you all. I especially want to thank the agency folks there on an afternoon, and I'm going to be sending an email to Chair Hurd and Dr. Fink, thanking them for you guys sitting through a lot. So, and to all the task force members, it's been like a real pleasure and honor to get to know you better and to hear the discussion. So thank you.
Cheers, Gail. Much
Thanks,
respect.
guys.
Much love. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Wow,
Thank
this
you.
is quite a
Thank you all.
quite a journey.
Thank you, Gail. I wish I
Wait.
nominated you earlier, but there was still that motion to replace the old report with our
We're
report.
not, okay, we have not yet adjourned the meeting. So thank you, Robert, for reminding me that there was a motion on the floor. Do not go anyone. And I think we needed clarification from Andrew on this. Can you please explain the motion you wanted to make, Robert, and then maybe Andrew can clarify.
The hemp consultants report was a draft that was not accepted by the HDOA and not provided to the task force until very recently. It was supposed to be July 1st. So Gail had to work like crazy to make this amazing task force report possible. So there are problems with the hemp task force consultants report that I had brought up to HDOA as far as what's that term called of telling people things. So I'm not very good at concisely articulating this point, but it provided a lot of people's personal information that were not a part of this task force report. It provided numerous false definitions that could be really bad. So I just move that consultants report be removed from the task force website and that this approved task force report is the only task force report that's submitted to the legislature.
Second that.
I would just
So,
like to.
I don't agree with that.
The
I wouldn't
biggest-
vote for that.
The
Yeah,
biggest
it was-
concern for me was the quotes. I was quoted in there inaccurately and attributing information to me and data that was absolutely not correct.
Okay, so I think the issue is that this was the report that was presented to the task force.
That's right.
So just
It
as a
should be on
matter of
record.
public record, it
right.
needs to be there on the
needs to
website,
be
just
there.
like anything that was presented to the task force should be on the website. It doesn't have to be given to the legislature. You guys just give the task force report to the legislature. And that's the final task force report that comes out. So what you give to the legislature is what you guys are recommending, regardless of what the consultant has said. But just like a matter of sunshine law, if it was given to the task force to review, it needs to be on the website and available to the public.
That's understandable. Can we write a letter, Andrew, that could be posted alongside that report that says that the outlining our concerns coming from the hemp task force, and we'll draft it right now saying that, you know, we appreciate the time and effort that went into this report, but given the misinformation, misattributions, and misquotes, we're not comfortable supporting this, because I personally don't want my name associated. I mean, she said there's things in there that she's saying that I said that aren't true.
Borderline. There's some legal issues with that report as well. It really should be removed. It wasn't accepted by the state. We only had to see it because we hadn't seen anything. So
I agree, it needs to remain public. Nothing should be hidden from view. That's part of the process. Everyone should be able to see everything. That's what, that's fine. But I also feel like we have a right to put in there associated with it a statement, you know, saying the reasons why we didn't adopt it and why we're concerned.
If you guys want to draft a statement, you can do that. You have to do that right now.
Okay, let's do it.
And everyone has to be like, I mean, we've been here for 5 hours. So I will say you already voted. And so it's a matter of the task force record. You voted to disagree. You can make a statement right now on the record again. I think we've all been nice. So this whole video is part of the record too. But you know, if you guys got to do what you got to do, but it kind of also is up to the staffing whether they can stick around for that.
I can
and how
write.
long it'll take,
Hey,
and you guys might lose quorum.
Hey, let me
Right.
just a lot of
Right.
time. Let me save you a lot of time. I will vote against anything throwing those two under the bus. So
Not
you
throwing them under the bus. I'm not. I'm just gonna say, I don't believe in doing that. That's just not right. But I also don't want my name out there associated with things that are not right. I like personally attributed to me is inaccurate. So what I'd like to do is take 5 minutes, literally just 5 minutes to draft a 3-sentence letter.
Okay, I'm really gonna have to go in 5 minutes though. I've got like several
I'm
things
here
going
for
on
it.
here.
Let's do it quick.
go for it. I'm probably not going to approve it. Okay, I'll wait and see what you say.
Can you pull up the agenda? Can you pull up the agenda?
Yeah, I'm also on the fence about saying no to to it, but yeah.
Well, I think it's because you guys aren't in there misquoted.
But we're not using it, right? It's just out there, but it's, well, but go ahead, yeah. If you
Yeah, maybe a
respond.
personal like defamation situation that you might have to deal with otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. There's defamation, and there's a legal term when you put people's information out that they didn't put there. The consultants included people's information that weren't even involved in this report. I think it's doxing, but Kelly brought up the security concerns of not wanting people to know, and they put all the previous hemp farmers' information on there and stuff.
What do you want to do?
Writing something.
What do you want to do, Gail?
I just wanted to offer that, you know, like if a newspaper, you know, prints an article and later finds that that information is inaccurate, like with any quotes, that it's pretty standard for them to just print, you know, a follow-up saying like this information is not correct. And I feel like this is essentially what this letter would be trying to accomplish, is
But it
just
would
setting.
have to say like what's incorrect. We're gonna have to go through it and be like, oh, this was incorrect, this was incorrect. What are you gonna say? The whole report is incorrect?
No, but maybe just something that's like a blanket statement that there are certain quotes that were taken out of context or somehow misrepresented. You know, just kind of like that.
There were major fundamental legal definitions that were incorrectly put into this report.
Well, I just don't know how important this is right now.
I
mean, I'm just trying to decide whether this is something that we really need to take on, because they're gone. They're not part of this anymore. You guys we've created this really good document, and we should just stand up for it. And whatever they said wasn't really relevant. So this is the one that they're going to listen to.
But what they said right now is one of the main things. If anybody Googles Hawaii hemp, this task force and their reports, one of the main things that come up.
Well, we could probably work some way to get that off.
No, they're just saying we can't, which understandably so. It needs to be part of the public record. But what could also be part of the public record is the appreciation of the consultant's work. And just as a point of clarification, the report, although contained a lot of information about how there was some information that needed to be corrected regarding the agronomy of hemp and the industry.
Are we going to get a copy of this? I wanted to know, are we going to all of us get a copy of this when it's finished, or is it just going to go to the legislators and we won't get it?
Like the consultants report, this is all going to be put on that website so everybody in the world can see it.
Good. Okay. Cool. So what do you want to do about this, Gail?
That's it. That's all I would say.
You've got it on record.
I have a motion to vote on this letter note to clarify some of the concerns that Gail has and others have about the initial report.
Yeah. I think we should just give her permission to write something.
That's it. This is all I would.
I made this motion to vote on this wording to be included.
I'll second that.
I want Joe. I don't know if Joe can read this because I can understand why.
I'm reading it.
Okay.
Gail, can you actually read it out loud? Because I don't know if Greg can see it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll also put it in yellow because it's probably easier to see, and I'll put in bigger font.
You're right. Oh, here it is.
To whom it may concern, the Hemp Task Force appreciates the work of the consultants for the Department of Agriculture that produced a draft hemp report. As a point of clarification, the report, although containing a lot of information about hemp, there was some information that needed to be corrected regarding the agronomy of hemp and the industry in Hawaii, as well as some of the quotes attributed to Hawaii Hemp Task Force members. That's all I would say.
Well, that was pretty soft.
I make a motion to vote on this.
It is soft, but you know, oh God.
I would see if Joe would or Mr. Smith would agree, because it wasn't accepted by the Department of Agriculture. We didn't receive it on the July 1st deadline, and
They didn't
made
have
us work that hard, and we didn't accept it. So those are all factual statements that should be included here.
I also want to understand that, and I'm flip-flopping here, so it's late, maybe we should just go, but they had the heart for the industry. There's no doubt about it. I don't think we have a bigger cheerleader for the hemp building industry than there is for char. So that needs to be recognized and appreciated for sure.
Yeah. Again, to vote on this letter to be attached, and that's it.
I'm okay with the language of this letter.
All right, well, can we pass it or do we have to?
And so, wait, just to be clear, there's a motion on the table. It hasn't been seconded yet. And the motion is to attach this letter
As
or
a point
to
of
post it or
clarification.
to attach it to somewhere.
Well, I was thinking initially, Andrew, it should be posted in the same place that the draft consultant report would be. Maybe I need to not worry about this. I think I'm just thinking of my coach. He was a gold medalist and he used to say, row your own race, right? So forgive me for processing out loud, but I don't like that I'm misquoted in here, but I guess it's something I can live with.
You know, to be honest, I think I was misquoted there too. So I totally get what you're talking
I
about.
definitely would second at least accepting this, but I think the points that I made that we didn't accept it, the Department of Ag didn't accept it, and we didn't have to by the July 1st deadline, so all factual and valid points.
We should be proud of ourselves, people. We did something really good in a very short time, and it's amazing. It's amazing. It's going to be great. It's going to help. It really is going to help the hemp industry.
I just think that. Okay, the motion has been moved and seconded. Are there any objections?
Wait, hang on, because Gail's changing it as
Yeah.
as we're talking.
I might not agree now.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Okay, because everyone see this.
Yeah, I'm all in.
All right. So
And I'm unclear if we're attaching it or having it posted on the website next to the consultant's report, or if it's also being included at the tail end of our report. To me, I would be fine with either or both.
You know what? I want to withdraw my motion. My gut's turning and I like to focus on the good work that people do. And just the words keep resounding in my head, row your own race, run your own race. So I withdraw that.
That's why we love you so much.
I'm
Well-
proud of you. I'm proud of you.
Well, you can tell my coach Bob Ernst that he's pretty darn good. All right, guys, thank you for indulging me that last few minutes. I appreciate that. Please go enjoy your family and friends.
Hey, let's have a meeting sometime where we all just can get together without talking about this.
All right, guys. I'm gonna disconnect now.
Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, everybody.
I'm
Thank you
done.
so much.
Thank you, everybody.
My wife.
I just can stay on so I can make
Okay,
sure.
we're going to adjourn.
Okay.
If there's no objection, we are going to adjourn the meeting. And
Please.
this
Gail,
is the
wait,
last
real
meeting,
quick
okay?
before we adjourn, can I just have Gail
Yeah.
before you do any of the compilation or changing the drafts, if you could email those to the DOA, just so there's a record of what everybody agreed to here today. And then when you're done with the compiling and all the things that you guys agreed to, send that final draft to DOA as well.
Absolutely. I appreciate that process. Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, June. Bye-bye.
And
Big thank
there's no
you, DOA.
objection. We will now adjourn the meeting.
Yes.
The final meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone, and have a nice day.
Appreciate
Thanks,
you guys.
everyone.
Thank
Aloha.
you. Thank you.
I'll call you again.